Okay. Yeah, there it is on Twitch. We got noise over on YouTube. Oh, we got noise on YouTube. Yay. Okay. Audio test is done and over with. And I do that at the beginning of every stream just to make sure that everything's working. Before we get into things, I would like to take a moment to remind people that this stream may not be child friendly. It may not be sensitive ears friendly. I tend to curse. I tend to have adult conversations with chat. So if any of that stuff offends you, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. But let's get into it. Let me go ahead and set my audio up. And that's solely because I'm probably going to have to tab out multiple times, and that way you guys get to keep the game audio going. I got a couple things done off stream. Just a couple. Those things are, I got a bunch of block signals put in. Basically, the entire spine has been done with block signals now, so should help with some of the throughput traffic of the trains. We'll loop around. That they went wrong. Right. It's always hard to remember to catch exactly when you're supposed to signal the switch. Eyes here. Thank you, Casper. Okay, and we'll go this way. I got this portion of my train done last night on stream, so we have a whole another train line. That runs around the northern portion of the map, and it goes all the way around this way, and up this way, and over to about here. And you'll notice over on the right, I do have a little bit of a checklist. Those are from yesterday, but I still need to do some of it. The northern train is mostly done, but it's not done. It's only sort of done. It's only kind of done. Almost done. Nearly done. And those of you who are used to my series will notice that I don't have a coal power plant there anymore because, well, I don't need it. That entire thing put out 1,200. I think it's a little more than halfway done. But the entire coal power plant put out 1.2 gigawatts, and my fuel power plants put out 45 gigawatts. So yeah, I don't really need the 1.2. Now, if it was 1.21 gigawatts, that'd be a whole different story. May go ahead and put a roundabout right here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get rid of this. We'll grab this. No. Where's the rest of my blueprints? Excuse me? Oh, that was weird. Oh, that was the more. Because I have too many blueprints now. Because I made some more blueprints. The hell? Oh, that was just some weird graphical thing. Actually, it looks like it needs to be just one tick less than a full foundation instead of a foundation plus a tick. And even though on that side, that looks okay. We'll go ahead and snip that back in. Get rid of this, get rid of that, and work on the other side. And go ahead and nudge that. Yeah. Okay. The entire reason I just did that is, at some point in time, I'm gonna need this nitrogen. I'm not gonna either sneak down there and go to the actual source of the nitrogen. No, it's because I need to go into my blueprint folder and I need to actually make a folder. Road, rail, light, and no, not that one. Road, rail, road, rail. Does that not work? Not just drop them in the category. All right. Well. I've never actually done this, so I apologize if I'm being stupid. It literally says just drag a blueprint here. You can also drag a blueprint here to automatically create a new subcategory. Boom. Yeah, let's try it that way. No. What? Why are you being stupid? Or am I just being? There we go. All right. And we'll just move all the road rail stuff over here. So it's not it being stupid, it's me being stupid. It's partially it being stupid too. And that's just a rail. Right. I mean, that one doesn't really need to exist. I don't use that one. And that one. All right, there we go. Apply changes. There we go. Maybe now when I do this, yeah, I only get the road rail stuff. Cool. Cool. Coolio. And we'll just keep on going. But yeah, I'm probably gonna need that nitrogen here very soon. I have another one here, and that is for the sulfur node that's around that bend. Johnny, what's going on, brother? Casper was trying to talk me into doing bad things this morning. Bad things. And we got another roundabout here, because I do plan on hooking it back into the rail, or into the spine over that way. I just realized I'm not even in the right train. No. She likes my musk. Well, I guess I should probably clean this up too, since I cleaned up a bunch of other stuff. Alright, get the chainsaw out. I mean, that's the tree I needed to get rid of. Wasn't even the tree I was aiming at. I honestly didn't know you could just chainsaw these stupid things. I thought you had to blow them up. Yeah, no, it doesn't want to go away, so, go away the old-fashioned way. Huh. The nice thing is the train that's here, nothing else comes on this track, so, I don't really care. You don't get anything for cutting these down. Alright. We'll go get the train here in a minute. I just want to make sure I got this all cleaned up. And obviously, I need to clean up some curbs and some stuff like that. I just don't care right now. I'm not doing anything with trucks and tractors just yet. Because if I was, these beams wouldn't be in my way. Yep, we got a tree. Bye-bye, tree. You're in the way of progress. Nothing stands in the way of progress. Alright, that looks like kind of sort of it. So, let's go get my choo-choo. Might have to go get the actual choo-choo named Choo-Choo. On silent mode at the moment, we'll put earbud in view. Okay. Somebody can say hi to Heather on Twitch and let her know that I saw her message. And I'm not ignoring her. Just, she's got me on mute, so she can't hear me anyways. Wee, 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 wee. Oh, we got another tree poking through. Gotta get rid of that one. There's a couple trees. Ah, there we go. And I'm okay with this one that like kind of comes across because I mean, yeah, but I'm not okay with that one. I don't want to sticking right through the freaking road. Go away, devil tree. There we go. Now I have kind of a screwball plan. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to do it. Because I know it's going to be tight like a tiger. In all the worst ways. Desperately trying to keep my. If you say shit like that at work, you might lose your job comments. Oh, I'm well aware of the kind of stuff I say causes me to lose jobs. That's generally how I lose jobs. But there is a canyon that runs through over there. It's tight. And I was debating about doing it today, but honestly, it scares the crap out of me. Because I don't know if my blueprint is going to work. I know I've ran twin lines through it before, but I think these twin lines are a little wider than the twin lines I ran through it last time. Yay, made it to 15. Way to go, Heather. Doing better than Casper and Johnny. They both suck. My major problem right now is I'm at Tier 9 complete. I've got one item left for the space elevator. And at this point in time, it's always like the trying to find a justifiable reason to continue the playthrough. And I've got some like kind of screwy ideas I want to do, and they require Mark 6 belts. You can watch the stream after the. All you have to do is log into the stream after the fact on Twitch, and watch like 5 minutes of it, and it counts towards your stream streak. Ah, that's not the way I wanted to go. Bad, bad, bad. Wrong hole. Wrong hole. Might move that tree just because it's obscures my signal a little bit. Check it. Yeah, I mean, look at all these nice block signals everywhere. But yeah, the thing Casper was trying to talk me into is I plan on making a giant power plant in the Blue Crater because honestly, that's what the Blue Crater's for. I don't care what you say. The Blue Crater is for power plants. There's a crap ton of coal. There's a crap ton of sulfur. There's a crap ton of crude. That screams at least turbo fuel to me. But I'm not making turbo fuel. I mean, I'm going to make turbo fuel, but I'm going to skip turbo fuel, go to the next step, and then use a byproduct from the next step to make turbo fuel. I need nitrogen. And I need about 3,000 nitrogen per minute. Hey, we wanted to watch the bean play in water. What bean? I made my foundation here a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. It's still not big enough. Wrong hole. Wrong hole again. Ow. See, one of the things is, so I need nitrogen. And, it's not here. Maybe I'll just get rid of you. If I come back over here, over here on this nice little grassy plain here, I think you can kind of sort of see it in the distance. It's up there. But there is the best nitrogen node in the game. And I don't say that just because I like to hear my own voice. There is 10 pure nodes of nitrogen up there. That's the 3,000 nitrogen that I now want. I was going to do 2,400 nitrogen, and then Casper started telling me bad things. Because my original plan, since he's actually a ping, was to use these two pure nodes up here, this impure node, and this normal node, just these 4 nodes here, to power this whole power plant. And she's like, well, there's another pure and a normal node down here. Why don't you just use them all? And I didn't really listen to her. I took advantage of the fact that she's not wrong. So, going into the satisfactorytools.com calculator, I'm going to use 2,062.5 crude oil. For the math among us, each pure node is 600. So 600, 1,200, 1,800. I need another 262. I can get that from this normal node and just basically leave this normal and impure node here. Just leave them alone. And the only reason I decided not to use all of the oil is because I don't want to truck that much sulfur and that much nitrogen and that much coal around. Because I'm already using more coal than... The Blue Crater has a fair amount of coal. But being the greedy little boy I am, I want more. I want more, Daddy. This ain't enough. But we can go ahead and put down the miners. And all we're going to do is we're going to run conveyors from these guys over to these train stations. Come on, there we go. Which I'm okay with doing that. I mean, it's still going to be a pretty long conveyor run. But it's not going to be all the conveyors. Go away. I want you. I don't want you, and you don't have to be there no more. We go up to a high point, and it's about there. Snap to world grid, so about there. Obviously, that is not snap to the world grid. I don't really give a crap. Not everything has to be. Unfortunately, the max a conveyor can move is 1,200. There is 2,100 per minute sitting right here. So we need not one, but two conveyors here. I'll make sure to set these to the correct setting. Boom, boom. Okay, I'm done with that. Come here, you. Bring you over to about that, and we'll bring that up to about here, and we can run that over here. Yay, look at that. Now the nice thing is these can have 4 connection points. And yes, there's Mark II and Mark III power poles. I just never use them. Which one of you is the pure one? It's not you. Is it you? It's you. He's so special. And you're kind of a crap one, but we need all the sulfur we can get. I see the acorns from hell. I don't care about the acorns from hell. Okay. And I'm just going to put Mark I belts down for right now, just because I want to. Because while I'm laying this out, I'd rather not have a crap ton of sulfur in my inventory. Just personal preferences. I hate how sometimes, it doesn't actually clip where you tell it to. So we'll use default mode here. We'll do a merger. Pointing. We can point that way. Bring that over just a little bit. That way this doesn't look quite as dorky. And there she blows. Or she is. And why ever she's blowing, I don't know. See, that did not work the way I wanted it to work. I don't want that sulfur in my pocket, but I don't have a choice. And I want to run that kind of sort of the same way I ran the other one. Just because that looks nice. Doesn't that look nice? And we'll come down here. And we'll point these, yeah, that way. This one's going to have to point that way because, you know, conveyor belts are stupid. And I'm fully aware that it's not conveyor belts that are stupid, it's kind of me that's stupid. But I want to say conveyor belts are stupid because I want to say conveyor belts are stupid. Don't like it? I don't care. Okay. Unfortunately, I missed my mark. We'll just put down another row of foundations right here. And we'll clean that up later. Like I said, remember, these are just Mark 1s. That's okay. tells me it's 1:30. And the panda automatically pops up. Yay! And I'm just going to go ahead and put a splitter here because I'm going to feed this one into 2. Honk at your own self. Got 4 train stations here because I plan on feeding each of these into 2. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Hook that into there, that into there, that into there. Yeah. And now we get to hook up, turn these into a little bit faster ones. I'm going to try to grab this choo-choo real quick. Try to catch it on the way out. Because it is the only train that comes down here. I cannot tell what that emoji is supposed to be. Emojis and I do not get along. Horns? I guess Johnny's horny. I don't know what he wants me to do about that, but I guess it is Friday, isn't it? Okay. Now, bear in mind, remember, that is only 2,100 sulfur. I need 4,000. Kind of hoping, why do you have aluminum casings in you? Why do you have so many aluminum casings? Oh, we need to visit a sink. We need to go give ourselves a Amaya, hello. Oh yeah, this has been going to that station. That's why it's full of aluminum casings. So we'll go down to the platform. And we'll set up a sink and we'll just get rid of all these aluminum casings. It's where they normally go anyways. And so we'll go straight through this one. And I got a roundabout down here, so. Ho, Casper? You calling Casper a hoe? Uh-huh. Tell yourself whatever you want. Have to tell yourself. Right, we'll just grab a power wire from here, hook it up, and we'll get rid of all these aluminum casings because I don't want and or need them. Sounds like a likely story. Little progress. Oh, Casper feeling good or better. Yeah, you know what? I am way too lazy to wait for this to actually finish. We're just going to put a bunch of bins down so we can get rid of all these aluminum casings. Because we need to go get concrete. Chew is only allowed, the choo-choo's only allowed to have aluminum casing, or concrete in it. It's not allowed to have aluminum casings. I don't need aluminum casings. Okay, let's go get some concrete. We got building to do. The biggest drawback is I've got my foundation almost over to those two big mushroom plants that I can't get rid of. I mean, I have no problem building straight through them and just avoiding them. But with the new idea of using more crude oil than just... God damn it, I thought I got rid of all those. You freaking asshole. There. You're in the way of progress. Nothing gets in the way of progress. But the sheer volume of sulfur, of coal, of nitrogen that I need, I'm going to be running multiple trains to substantial amounts of these resources to bring them in. All about coal I'm not super worried about. Let me check my math real quick. I need 2,000 coal. I think I've got 2,400 in the crater. Sulfur is one of those big ones that I'm worried about. Because I need twice as much sulfur as what's in that crater. And I've got a few nodes that I can go tap. And my opinion is, if I'm bringing in too much sulfur, or too much nitrogen, or too much of... Why are you... Bad choo-choo. Trying to think of a single train I have set up that would actually use this as a roundabout in that manner. But my opinion is, if I'm bringing in too much nitrogen or too much sulfur or too much coal, anything like that, oh well, those lines just back up. That's not a big deal. So I'll tap a bunch of sulfur nodes and send them all that direction, because if I get into nuclear, when I get into nuclear, because I do want to at least play around with nuclear and see if I can get a decent sized system set up, I think I need sulfuric acid, which, lo and behold, requires sulfur. Do 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 do. So my thought is, if I can bring in like 5, if I set up to bring in like 5,000 sulfur, I should be good. For the 4,000 I need. That makes sense, right? We're gonna come back down the new rail line. As you see on Maya, I got that roundabout there situated. Made it look all pretty. And I remember Casper saying that she was finally able to eat something and keep it down. Yep, that just proved to be a bunch of bullshit. Okay, we're gonna come up here. And we're coming over here for a very, very good reason. Because if I'm gonna build train lines and stuff, if I'm gonna build foundations and stuff, I need concrete. Down, kitty, down. And the nice thing is, my trains are right over here. My concrete's right there, so that makes a lot more sense than parking it way over yonder and limping my way over. Well, we'll fill that one up with concrete. We'll fill this one up with concrete. We'll go get some more. And we get some more. And I gotta do this about 3 times to fully fill the train. But by having the train full of concrete, it also means that the train won't fill up with random crap. Okay. And I'll just keep the rest of that concrete on me. So my goal today is to try to get, like I said, around 5,000 sulfur. I've got 2,100 done. And I'm going to try to tap some of the easiest sulfur nodes I can. Not this one. We'll worry about nitrogen later. The bad thing is, once I get this power plant set up, I'll be able to use drones to move the nitrogen. I kind of can't right now. I'm kind of debating about whether I want to use the road rail to get over there, or if I just want to use the rail. I think I'm just going to use the rail. I also need to see how many of these I can just get rid of. We're going to have to make more boom booms. Come in here to blueprints, go up here to undefined, and we have a straight rail blueprint. The difference between the rail blueprint and the road rail blueprint is, well, it's kind of in the name. The straight rail blueprint doesn't have a road underneath of it. So I need to get rid of all this crap so I can actually put this on correctly. Blueprints, road straight. And that is lined up. It's a half point on that one, a half point on that one. Big bada boom. Yep. Help. Help. There we go. Over here, we'll do the same thing. That looks good. We need to make a left and drop. Hoping, and it actually does. Actually, I need to make a right. I don't know my directions. I'm sorry. Now, one of the drawbacks is how I made these blueprints is literally just I put the other blueprint in the blueprint maker and I deleted the road aspect off the bottom, which leads to some issues. That major issue is they're not gonna want to snap together very well. It's gonna be much trickier to align them. Probably one more right. Yeah, see, they're always gonna want to be up there. So every single time I'm gonna have to bring them down. Okay. A little wiggle wiggle, just to make sure. And a little wiggle wiggle. Little wiggle 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 wiggle. Switch this to a left. And we'll eventually be working our way down. That obviously did not snap in the right spot. Bad. Wiggle to get comfy. Something like that. Let me see something. Let me see about something real quick. I think that's going to be too close. That's going to put the train really, really, really close to that rock. So now we're going to go to the right, like I had to originally set up. Then we'll go to the left. We'll just have to deal with it. Sometimes you just gotta deal with stupid. Even when that stupid is actually caused by yourself. Hello, Flip Flip. Or Flip Pip. Hello, Flip. We'll just go with that one. I don't have my glasses on right now. Oh, we gotta figure this out. Obviously, I can't do. I gotta figure this out. I think the easiest thing I could do would literally go back here so I can actually get power. We'll just take one of these off. And that's one of the nice things about not having the railway underneath of it, is I can get away with doing stuff like this. And then that gets it all to line up. What's happening right now? I am working on trying to get as much sulfur onto my train line as I possibly can. Even though some of them are crappy sulfur nodes. I just need a crap ton of sulfur. And we'll try one and we'll see how that works. I have plans for a massive nitro rocket fuel factory, and I need all the sulfur I can get. And I'm going to have to train it, bring it around on trains, because there ain't enough by the Blue Crater. Yeah, that let me clear it. So now we can drop and go into a train station and start loading that sulfur onto, getting it set up to load onto a train. So switch blueprints to my incline, which is also set up all weird because, well, it's me. And that's what happens. And I'm out of power because I went too far away from my rail. Sure, somebody saw that one coming. Little wiggle. Get it lined up. Little wiggle. Grip ankles, yep. I mean, that basically gets me down to the water. Have to get rid of these ugly things. Which I did find out today that you can chainsaw these. I don't have to blow them up. I mean, to a point, I kind of like blowing them up. And sometimes you can't get the right angle to chainsaw them, so that's when you need to go boom. So I think from here we move into a straight foundation. Definitely not 2 meter. Here you go away. I probably have been playing for 8 hours. Probably has been idling for 8 hours. Well, it's mostly been idling. Don't believe the lies. Don't believe the hype. Either I'm not on the line up here, which I don't think I'm on the line. Oh, no, nope, it's not that. It's not that. This blueprint's not in the right spot. You remember, right, my incline's always kind of wonky. Oh, I left a damn... I'll have to fix that in the blueprint maker. I left a beam in place. That's a beam, not a bean. Yeah, see? There's an H-beam from the old design still in place. So that actually was in the right spot. This one was not. Oh, put it in the right spot. Move it down here. Go full. Now that means this is not in the right spot. So let me get rid of this real quick. God damn it, I don't want the... Hold on. That is my bad completely. But it's still annoying. I always use 1 meter foundations. I don't know why I have that hotkey set to 2 meter foundations. But that's now been solved, so yay. Okay. So now we need a large enough area down here to put a train station with, I'm going to say, at least 2 cars. I may just do 4, because everything else on the sulfur will be done in 4 cars. What if instead of trains you just make a huge belt highway? I'm trying to avoid doing a lot of long belts. I want to do more trains because normally my normal playstyle is doing huge belt highways. And I don't know, I don't use trains all that often, so I'm trying to do something a little different than my normal. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm not opposed to the giant belt highway, it's just not how I want to do it this time. And I don't care about these geysers. I never use the geysers, so we'll just cover it. And to me, it's kind of a test on getting the maximum throughput on trains. I want to do something kind of stupid. And the idea of, trucking 5,000 sulfur per minute by train, it definitely seems to qualify as something stupid. All right. Okay, so do you want to go away? No. Do you want to go away? You want to go away? You're going to go away whether you want to or not. See, told you. Okay, so I need a train station. That's transport. I don't know why, I just never remember where the hell they are. Why don't you want to... Why are you not snapping? Oh, because they don't snap. We're going to move you back just a little bit because you're interfering with the... Really? Really, you jerk? You'll go just fine. Half a freaking foundation before this. I hate trains. I hate them. I don't want to tear that down because I don't want to deal with all that much sulfur in my inventory, but I will if I have to. Which way are you pointing? You're pointing the wrong way. And it needs to be 1.5 foundations. That's the minimum that you can put a bit of train rail down. So I'm going to see if I can't just get this to go 1.5 foundations more than where it is. Why, oh why? That's some bullshit right there. I think they'll clear. I think. I'll find out in a minute. Yay, clears. Okay, now we need 4 freight platforms. The nice thing about freight platforms is they do follow the H trick. Especially when they go the wrong goddamn way. Why do you always do that, freight platform? Alright, that kind of tells me how big this needs to be. And then I need to leave room for the train to turn in behind it. Which is a minimum of 2.5 foundations. So give it 3, I should be able to make the turn. Do you want to go away or do I have to? Okay, you're going to be nice and I'm not going to have to blow you up. You don't have to go anywhere. We're going to get rid of these so I can put the foundations under them. I told you to fill in. Why won't you listen to me? Why won't you love me? Okay. Make sure they're all facing the correct direction because I don't know why, but freight platforms love. Did I not have 4 in last time? I guess I didn't have 4 in last time. Alright, well, we gotta go a couple more foundations back this way. Grab a train track. Yep, I guess you got to go away too. Here, you want to play nice, or am I gonna have to break out the dynamite? You're gonna be nice. Come on, snappy, snappy. And there we go. Yay. And I'm gonna be kind of weird. I'm just gonna go ahead and disconnect the conveyor from the miner to the sulfur bin. I'm going to let the sulfur bin empty itself out. Okay, default seems to work, and we're gonna let this unload fast. Now remember, right, a train platform can hold an entire industrial storage container, no problem. So let's go ahead and upgrade this to the big boy. Let's go ahead and throw these in there. All right, let's crank this big boy up. If I can, I'd like to keep this tree here. I don't know, I kind of like the tree. The bean, on the other hand, the bean needs to move. Maya, come get your bean. Or I'm gonna flick it. I'm gonna flick it. Told you I was gonna flick it. Never say I'm not a man of my word. I flicked that bean. I flicked it hard. Okay, conveyor splitter. And like I said, I'm going to go ahead and have this load into all 4 platforms because I think all my trains will be 4. That way, no matter what, they can unload into one of the train units at the final destination. And I'm going to be weird. I'm going to go ahead and put an industrial storage bin in between each of these because it will fit. There's just barely enough room to do this. The reason I'm doing this, for anybody who's not aware, is whenever a train is loading or unloading at a platform, the platforms basically turn off. You can't put anything into them, you can't take anything out of them. They just say F you. So by doing this, you provide kind of a buffer. So even when they can't take anything in, because they've literally paused their inputs or outputs to deal with the train that's sitting underneath of them, the buffers can fill up. If you really want the maximum speed into these, do this. Michael or Bruce? What? What? Now, I easily could stack another splitter up and do it that way as well. It's like I don't actually need that one there. Yeah, joke went over my head. Nothing goes over my head. I'm too fast. I would catch it. Well, my kind of sort of opinion is the more of these I have set up, the more sulfur I have to go to the blue crater to feed this giant fuel power plant that I want to set up. Cool. So worst case, I'm sending too much. Doesn't really sound like a bad thing to me. I only need a Mark V belt for this. Because it's only 600. In worst case, I just got a crap ton of sulfur sitting down here at this train station that I can go send and get whenever. So, yay, that one's done. So now I have 2,700 max theoretical output. I still need 1,300. And I want more than that. But I do know where there's an easy to get to pure node and an easy to get to impure node. Which would theoretically give me the absolute minimum that I need. Pay no attention to the clipping of the power tower. That'll be fixed in a future update. I.e., when I feel like dealing with it off stream. But I got all the trees and stuff cleared off stream. I got the block signals on the spine taken care of. I think that's a win, right? That proves that I do actually do things off stream. So I think I'm going to go to the impure node and get it set up because it's not hard to get set up. And one of the pure nodes I want to tap isn't hard to get in and of itself. The hard portion of getting it set up is the fact that it is off. Where it is, I want it off another line that I've yet to build. We're just going to set this to go to Goaz. There's like, I've got an impure node right over here to my right. I could easily go and tap. And I've already got a roundabout here. I don't really want to tap a bunch of impure nodes, but I'm kind of of the opinion the more sulfur I have on trains, the more I have sulfur on trains to use for whatever the hell I want. Now, that makes sense, right? I'm going to turn off self-driving for a second. Actually, I have a few impure nodes that I can easily tap. Like I said, I've got one over to the right over there by the mystery water source. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've got one over there, about 1,500 meters away from where I am now, just to the right of that roundabout. I've got a pure node over there. Actually, I've got two pure nodes. One's a pain in the ass. I've got a normal node over there. And as some of you guys might remember, when I tried to build the train line over this way, trying to come up from the swamp, I basically ran over a sulfur node. And then I rerouted my train. There's a sulfur node right there. So I think I'm gonna pull this into Rotterdam, and we'll go ahead and get that one tapped, just because we're already basically here. I did not pull into Rotterdam. I can't be in this one. Loop that one. Loop that one. Now we should just be going in a big old loop. I don't know who Catherine O'Hara is. The name's not ringing a bell, at least. How? Oh, and I got the aluminum factories ironed out. As you see, there's a crap ton of aluminum juice coming out the back of these. And there is no water building up. And this is the entire reason why the game says I've been playing for 8 hours. It's because I've literally been trying to iron this bullshit out. Anybody who's ever built an aluminum factory knows sometimes they can be a little tricksy, but this is how I handled the water. I have a valve before a pump on the byproduct water line from the aluminum scrap production. It feeds into the bottom portion of this junction, which is supposed to be the priority, and my water line is coming from down below and comes up through the floor and feeds into the top section. So gravity itself is fighting this line. At least, if we were looking at this in real life, gravity would be fighting this one. But so far, that has kept this running perfectly for multiple hours now. Kevin's mom from Home Alone. Does anybody actually remember the family other than Kevin from Home Alone? I mean, it's kind of a movie that isn't really about the rest of the family. It's about Kevin. And I don't say that in a negative way. We all know that movie wasn't really about the family, since the family kind of abandoned him. And by kind of, I mean the family fucking abandoned him. Okay, so now we need pathing signals. Wrong side. Okay, now we go switch to path signals. We put block signals down. We're gonna put path signals down now. She was also the mom in Beetlejuice, Schitt's Creek, whatever SCTV is. Okay, so kind of an actress known for bit parts is how I'm taking this. All right, and I think I'll just run the straight rail line again. I won't mess with the road rail. I don't see a point in running a road rail over there. Okay. We'll use a filter. That's not filtering. Why is that not filtering? And there's a DM. Probably Johnny trying to sending me a link. Blueprints. Rail straight. And we'll nudge that back just a little bit so it actually connects. Get rid of the railways. Grab a new railway. Bring it out here to the very, 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 very edge. Come on. There it is. And bring it back one foundation before. And we can do the same thing in reverse here. I'm kind of an ass in the fact I don't normally care if a celebrity dies. And it's not so much I don't care. It's just, a lot of them don't really have much meaning to me. So it's kind of a, okay. Maybe I am just an ass in that regard. No. Bad piggy. Go to sleep. Remember, fix it does not give you lethal rounds. They give you night-night bullets. You're not actually killing it, you're just putting the animal to sleep. Yeah, we all know how much I care about Nightmare Before Christmas. I'll give you that. Probably would be the easiest one I'd know. As far as give a crap about? No. I think that movie's massively overhyped. And I'm probably going to lose some freaking subscribers for that one. But sorry, not sorry. So you can't go 5 feet without finding a woman who swears God. Oh my God, Nightmare Before Christmas is my favorite movie of all time. It's like, okay. The nice thing about it is you always know what gift to give a lot of women. Get them anything to do with Nightmare Before Christmas, and you are golden. All right, we need to get rid of a couple trees. Need to hold that down just a little bit longer. I mean, somebody tell me I'm wrong in my assessment there. Okay. We're going to do this one a little bit differently because variety is the spice of life. If I remember which one it's under. Train stations. Now, freight platform, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll put that away because I am not Leatherface. I just play one on TV. Normally when I do the whole, look at me, I'm Leatherface, line from Idle Hands. And I'm okay with that clipping because I don't really care. The reason I don't care is, because I'm more concerned with getting this out. A little spasm in my back. I love getting old. This is a slight bit of a problem. How much room do I have over to the right? Not really any. Ouch. Maybe one more foundation this way I can swing it. Yep, there it is. Boop. Kind of looks like crap. Okay, remember, 2.5 foundations is the minimum required for a 90-degree bend. Now the question is, no. Now, do you mean the track turns too sharply? Barely even turning. That's okay. That's a nice bend. So we'll just put another foundation out here, and we'll call it good. Yeah, looks a little screwy. I don't really care. It also means we need to put new pathing signals in as we go into the intersection and as we come out of the intersection. We'll also put a pathing signal here at the end of the train at the station. And now we can put the miner down. And not just a miner, but we're going to do a miner 49er. Production, miner Mark III. We're going to set it to go... Let's go this way. And we'll set some half foundations here. How much clipping is there actually there? Doesn't really look like any actual clipping. I don't know about you guys. It looks like it's right next to it. I don't see any actual interference there. So we're going to get rid of these little half foundations, and we're just going to put full-fledged foundations down. I'm okay with that. I think that looks lovely. We're going to do the same thing we did last time. I'm going to put a splitter, and we're going to turn this bastard around the correct way. We're also going to notice that that one's turned the wrong way because freaking freight platforms like to be a complete and total freaking pain in my rumpus. Okay. We'll go ahead and set these up with Mark 6s because why not? Obviously, I don't need them for a crappy, impure node, but it doesn't hurt. Nobody's getting hurt by me putting Mark 6s here. And Johnny might say he's getting hurt, but Johnny lies too, so don't believe the hype. I'm just saying, you know, me putting Mark 6 belts never hurt anybody. But you would be the one who would say, "Oh, I got hurt." Okay. So, currently we have a 1200 node plus a 600 node plus a 300 node. They're in the blue crater. We have a 300 node here, and we have a 600 node up in the Rocky Desert. So we're at 3K. Where's my train? Seriously, where? Oh, yeah, I left it at the other station. No, it's my building train. Okay, okay, okay. I can't say I haven't built anything inappropriate looking yet. Can't say it now. Because, that sure the hell is the strongest shape. All right, that's what you call you got all the length and none of the width. Needle dick, needle dick, needle dick. Your name is Needle Dick. Pipe cleaner. You gotta admit, it is kind of phallus shaped. I did not do that intentionally. If I was gonna do it intentionally, it would be much more aesthetically pleasing. It's a grower, not a short. I don't even think that one's a freaking grower. You might reach the bottom, but you ain't touching the sides. God, me and my community are fucked up. But that's why there's a warning at the beginning of streams now. Yes, I gave that warning. Right after my audio test, I give a warning at the beginning of streams now. Okay, see, seeing her face now, it clicks. The drawback is I've got another sulfur node right up here, and it's a pure. It's just a pain in the butt to get onto a train. So we're gonna go do another easy impure node. I just think all these train stations I'm setting up are just filling up with sulfur. So when I start sending trains to them, they're going to bring back full loads. Which can be kind of a bad thing. And I'm going to send the train on ahead, and I'm going to jump off to get this set up. Because the nearest station of this is the Goaz station over here by the SAM. But I don't need to go that far. Because the sulfur node is literally right there. Again, unfortunately, it's another freaking crappy impure node. But that will take me to 3,300. We'll go talk to you in a little while. We got a good chunk of space here. And the nice thing is, I do have a coal node right here. I don't want said coal node, but I have it. In the jungle, the tiny jungle, the node sleeps tonight. No, it's more like in the jungle, the purple jungle. The spiders want to eat my heart tonight. I'm trying to be child friendly. Jasper said that they're trying to eat something else. The drawback is this is going to be kind of fun to try to get this train off here. We need a left. I don't think two lefts is even going to cut this. Casper's having trouble keeping stuff down, so he's going to go smoke. That'll help. And we'll probably just do that and then go into foundations. These ones I have to do kind of weird. All right. There we go. Give it a little wiggle wiggle. Gotta have that wiggle wiggle. Gotta have that wiggle wiggle. I am not tribute. You're tribute if I say you're tribute. I won't hear no back talking from you, woman. You do as you're told. Uh-huh. I'll sick Johnny on you. I'll have him put you back on top of the refrigerator. Obviously, we need to come down quite a bit. The node is over there, so let's get a decline. Nuh-uh. Uh-huh. You know how to listen. I do have to remember to get rid of that stupid beam. Again, beam, not bean. Wiggle, wiggle. It's all about that wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. don't know why you're fighting with this so much, Maya. I think she just wants to be bratty. Okay. So now we start working on the train station itself. Ew. Okay. We're gonna do something a little bit different. We're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna bring this up one. Methinks she doth protest too much. Methinks she doth protest too much and wants the spankies. Okay, that's at least clearing the ground. You know, kind of important thing. That's a bold-faced lie. You can too have the sweetness all the time. I get enough of the bitterness from my coffee. I don't need it from women folk. Okay, I don't think this is going to be big enough for what I wanted to get accomplished, but it's at least a start. One foundation. Okay. Probably need to put one more foundation out this way. Now, one of the things I absolutely hate is I have to put a train station down first. Which I don't want a train station right here. Okay. That at least tells me how big this actually has to be. Venray. Don't know where Venray is, but... These things are in the way of progress. Nothing stands in the way of progress. Wasn't that the whole tagline for the Avatar movies? Okay, so this should be able to come down to about here. The hell you mean track turns too sharply? It's the exact same bend that's on the other side. Dog's having a puppy dream. This is just some bullshit right there. That there be some bullshit. I'm off to go on adventures? Because this is making a very specific bend that ends right here. This is a straight freaking line. But I cannot make the same bend on this side. Or it doesn't want me to. That is lining up at the center of this one. Oh, okay. That's not straight. That's why that's behaving itself a little bit better. Oh well. Oh well, it works. That actually looks a little bit better. Alright. And now we just load this up. We'll put another foundation on this side so we have room for the belt system and the buffers and all that. Yeah, same as what we've done for all the rest of them. Maya's leaving me. I should have expected it, but it still hurts. Says I'm bored and she has to go on adventures. Okay. Now we go to production, get her out, grab a Mark III miner. Set it like that. We'll put a belt out, put another belt in. My mom is taking me to a chocolate shop. You know I'm just giving you shit. Okay, now we put those in, and we crank this bad boy up. We also pull power wire out, pull it down, and power the miner. Good. So that puts me at 3,300 out of the 4,000 minimum I need. If I was still working on the other system, that would be enough. Providing I thought for half a second I could get maximum throughput on that. And that's one sol for every 4 seconds. It's going to take a little while to fill all that up. Now there's a pure node not horribly far away, but it's a bit on the spicy side. And by spicy, I literally just mean it's up in the sky. In kind of a rough neighborhood. It's one of those neighborhoods you drive through with your windows locked or your doors locked and your windows rolled up. Yeah, you know the type of neighborhood I'm talking about. And if you know, you know. And you know. I know you know. You know I know you know. Bye for now, Felicia. And you may think I got out to get this power slug, which you'd be partially right. But no, actually, the sulfur node I'm going for is right up here. That one's a bit spicier. That I don't. Yeah, that one's a whole lot spicier. We're not gonna go play with that one. Hmm. I'm gonna do something real quick. Give me just a second. Yeah, let's see if that has any effect. All right. Well, like I said, the sulfur note's right up here, so if I can get it down to the sand, I'll be kind of happy. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, one pure sulfur node. Okay, so now we need a floor hole. We need a Mark III miner. This is one of those reasons why I automated um, turbo motors, supercomputers, all that stuff. So I can make as many of these as I want. You might not have realized it, but I did actually have my reasons for doing that. Because I wanted to do some really silly things. Like I said, that's a pure node. That is a 1200 per minute sulfur source. There's a big boy. Looking at that, I might need to bring that out a little bit more. I don't know. It might take me most of the way down. All right, let's put a wall up. I'm sure a lot of people know exactly why I'm doing the wall. I've showed it on stream a few times, and it's not exactly a hidden trick of the game. I guess I didn't get in the right spot. That's okie day. I thought I was in the right spot. Nope, I'm definitely not in the right spot. I'm gonna try this again. Now there's sulfur on it. That means it is coming down. Which means, I didn't screw it up this time. And I'll be honest and say this time. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're almost down to the beach. And honestly, I probably should have just left that foundation there because I'm going to have to use it again. Come on, give me the tree I want. Yep. And I only got to come down a little bit more. And I'll bring the train in here. I'll do a train station in here. I think that'll work. I think that'll look quite nice. And then I don't have to run a really long ass belt. I just don't want to run really long ass belts. That's my entire objective here. I'm not opposed to people who run the really long belts. I just don't want to. We all have our individual play styles. We all have our individual build ideas. And my build idea is not running really long belts. Ow. And like hurting myself a lot. But that's pretty normal for me. Why is that one flat? I mean, I know why it's flashing now. Oh, that's my train. It's where I parked it. Pull the rail out to there. Pull the rail out to there. Out to there. Out to there. Out to there. Bring the rail. Pull it out to there. Pull it out. It's like I've done this before. A couple times. Who would have thunk it? Okay. Oh. Gee. That's what I want. That's what I want, what I really, 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 really want. If you want to be my brother, you got to get with my friends. Which sounds absolutely horrible when you think about it, because, I mean, what girl have you ever known in your entire life that would be okay with you getting with her friends? Unless that means something a lot different in England than it does here in the States. Unfortunately, we don't have Shell here to inform us. Shell decided she wasn't going to come see us today. Which is fine. She doesn't have to come every single day. She got her own stuff. What the hell are you airing about? Block signal has no exit. Bullshit, ain't got no exit. Got an exit right freaking there. The hell is your problem? There. Stupid, stupid. Why are you so stupid? You know you're old if you recognize the actress's voice I'm imitating there. Yes, that is literally an age verification thing right there. I don't make the rules. But that is an age verification. That's what they should do for like age verification stuff. Instead of making you like enter your birth date or enter your credit card, just show like an actress or an actor from the 80s that nobody would recognize unless you were from the 80s or 90s. And be like, okay, yep, you know who Rosie Perez is. You're old. I don't think this is long enough for a 4-car train. That definitely needs to go up some more. I know for a fact that is not long enough for a 4-car train. And I'm just going to drive it off the end. Why? For two major reasons. A, it makes sure that I am at the absolute end. So now we need to go into an incline. That's there's no doubt about that one. That needs to be an incline. Not a decline, an incline. Somebody needs to get their knickers in a twist on that one. I'll try. This is going to be kind of interesting to see if I can get this in here. Because I don't really think it's going in there. Not really. I'm about to delete another. Really? You freaking crab infested STD having jackass. Crabs count as STDs, don't they? STP? Sexually transmitted parasite? Stone Temple Pilots? Yeah, I'm about to come down another one. This is going to get kind of tricky. I don't know if this is going to work nearly as well as I thought it was going to work. Here, I thought this was going to be easy. It ain't. It ain't easy, Ma. But yes, the actress I was quoting is Rosie Perez. So that's a big fucking problem. Oh, so there's at least one kind of maybe easy way to go about doing this. I have a certain headcanon that I live by that when John Leguizamo was trying out for the his role in Tu Wong Fu, he was literally just channeling his inner Rosie Perez. Kind of feel like if I just nudge a little bit more to the left, I can clear that, but I kind of want to see if I can just put an incline there and still clear it. I can't clear it with an incline, I can tell you that one right now. I'll smack right into that thing. Go into a right or a left, whatever direction this is. It says left, but I don't know. I think if I get rid of this set, if you want a movie title that Rosie Perez was in, White Men Can't Jump with Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes, if I remember right. I think Wesley Snipes was the other main actor. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. White Man Can't Jump. Why do you have to tell me what year these things came out? I don't want to know what year these things came out. You just like make me feel old because you know you're getting old too. You're just trying to get your vengeance. Don't start laughing. You're going to end up in the bathroom again. Okay. Will the train go through there without hitting that rock? It was skinny Wesley Snipes before he became Blade. It definitely looks like it's going to get past that rock without hitting it. I think we're good. I think we is A-okay. Please. Okie dokies. That's a path signal, so we'll put that right there. That's a block signal, so we'll put that that side. Now that should be a green. That should be flashing because, and if you're wondering why that thing's flashing, it's because there's no track behind it. I remember when it was in theaters, but I can honestly say it's okay. We want to feel old. The first movie that I ever really remember going to see, the first two movies I really remember going to see in theaters. I remember, again, I grew up poor, so, and I mean poor, with the capital OR. But we were so poor, we spelled it POR because we couldn't afford the second O. The two movies I remember going to see in theaters first was when I came up to visit family up here. I had a really good friend that I kept in contact for quite a while. And then when we became adults, we drifted apart and blah, 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 blah. But his mom took he and I to go see Rookie of the Year. Yep. We all remember Rookie of the Year. And I had a neighbor woman who was deathly afraid of snakes literally scream out one day while I was walking down the street about seeing a snake in her yard. I went over, helped her out and whatnot, and ended up doing like odd jobs and stuff around the house for her. And her boyfriend or whatnot took me to go see Batman Returns. I probably need to go up some more because that is a kind of up there area. So we'll put another incline down. We'll see how that. Yeah. Now we can sneak in and start trying to squeeze a train station in here. That's gonna be fun. Fun with a capital UN. I don't know. I make things up. You guys should be used to that crap by now. That's why I don't edit my streams into videos. Because then I have to explain way too much weird random stuff. Ah! Like why I scream like a little girl from time to time. What's with the oh shit, Johnny? That doesn't look like it's lined up right. Because it's not. Unfortunately, that means I need to back this thing back out. I told you. I got no problem acknowledging the fact that I'm old. Now, this will give me a little bit better idea. Yeah, I'm definitely clearing that rock. I can fit a whole camera through there. Yeah, I have no desire to watch Angels in the Outfield. I'm 43 years old and I have no desire to ever see Angels in the Outfield, even though I have seen it. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to be able to make my turns and stuff until I get like up here. I think we can all agree on that statement. I put that up. Ain't no reason to have a chainsaw out. But I think there might be, might be enough room up here. Yeah, the only reason I saw that movie in theaters is because I was taken to go see it. Can't really say like I had anything against the movie. Just honestly, I can probably tell you almost every movie I saw in theaters before I turned 18. And it would be a pretty short list. I can tell you I didn't pay for a single freaking single time. Because again, or okay. I'm kind of the opinion I should probably work backwards here. There's a lot of times Casper doesn't really understand just how poor I was growing up. She said something to me one day about like not having hot or like some type of bun for like hot dog buns or burger buns or something like that. Like, I didn't even know what the hell a burger bun was until I didn't know you could like buy burger buns to have at home till I was like 15, 16 years old. I thought burgers, that was a restaurant only thing. It's one of those things them rich folk did because they could afford to just go out and have restaurant quality stuff all the time. Okay. Do 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 do. Huh. All right, give me a second. What the hell? Oh, I put one too many zeros in on that. Yeah, that's not good. What is it? 1530? So 1630. Yeah, I made a script to pop up my little panda subscribe like thing every hour, and I guess I put one too many zeros in on it because instead of being set to every hour, every 3600 seconds, it was set to every 36,000 seconds. For those who don't know basic math, 36,000 seconds is every 6 hours. Okay. This is where it's going to get a bit sketchy. As you see, that's really close to the edge of this platform. I'm really close to the edge of these rocks. So I think I'm going to have to snake over this way. So, how wide is the train station? Pretty damn wide. How's that look? Yeah, I can tolerate that. We just got to go this way quite a ways. Get rid of some trees. I don't like the trees. They need to go away. So we make a whole lot of solid biofuel when we get back home. I'll tell you that one right now. Oh, we'll make it with some Cool Whip. One, 2, 3, and 4. Definitely need 4 for this one because, like I said, it is a pure node. The better the node, the more train stations I need. Or more freight stations I need. We need at least 2 after this. Remember, a 90-degree bend requires at least 2.5 foundations. All right. And that's something. That's something that looks like a train station. Does it look good? No. Am I happy with it? Not really, but it's going to work. That's kind of the only thing I really give a crap about right this second. All right, there we go. I'm doing some weird stuff to make these work. Actually, I probably don't need to do all this. I might need to do all that. No, that works. It's a lot less stupid, too. Right? Right. Right. And that, like I said, is a pure node. That takes us to 4,500. Can we get one more normal node? Or are we? Do we think we're okay with being 500 or 500 over? Do we think 500 over is actually enough to keep this going? I'm kind of of opinion. Let's try to find another normal node. Oh, bad cough. It's bad. More of the strongest shape? I don't think that's the strongest shape. It's kind of just a P shape. I mean, that's what you classify as the strongest shape, then more power to you, but it just looks like a P to me. Looks like a boot. Das Boot! Now, I could just go big and go get another pure node. So I kind of think I'm going to attempt to. It's going to be a lot more of a challenge to get set up, though. And like I've said multiple times before, if I get too much sulfur on the train, it just means I can send it somewhere else to do other things with it. I'm not going to build more in the strongest shape if I don't have to. This one's going to be a lot more of a challenge. But I am willing to say, if I can get this sulfur node onto a train system like I've done the rest of these, I got more than enough sulfur. And believe it or not, I'm not talking about the one that's right over here. That's not. I mean, we can do this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. I already know how I want to do this one. Now, actually making it work, yeah, that's a bit different. Not to mention I'm going to be blocking a lot of traffic. Oh, wait. Nice thing about this is since it's actually a full-out blueprint, it goes together really, really easy, and I can snap these together really fast. Because, I've done this a couple times. That part is done. Let's put a filter on that. Try to get rid of all these. Come on. Find the right spot. This one's gonna be interesting. Okay, let's get some some path signals in place. Mouse doing mouse things. Okay, so that's a out. That's an out. That's screwed up. That's a block signal. That's an out. Switch to path signal. We could probably get rid of these block signals. I'll end up putting some in down the road, some down the rail, some. So I think I'm just gonna start switching to a right-hand turn. Let's see if I can get away without putting an incline in. I don't freaking know, though. I'm gonna say no. So we'll switch to an incline, which is the very first one here. And we'll drop it like it's hot. And we'll line it up. We'll get rid of these railways again. I know I just put them in, but I gotta go away. Because if I gotta go into an incline, then I got to prep for the incline. Okay. And I see you, angry frickin' pig. That's a fat angry pig, too. Look at that chonker. A fat, dead chonker pig. As it rolls down the hill. Whee! Oh, damn you, tree. I was having fun laughing at it rolling down the hill. That was that pig's final freaking bit of amusement. Oh, damn it. Okay, well, we gotta do some surgery. We're gonna take the top of this off. And hopefully that... You go away. Rolling bacon. I see me rolling that bacon. Mm. All right, I got another plan. Is it a good plan? No. I mean, I probably didn't have to get rid of this. Maybe instead of cutting the incline short, I cut the straight piece before the incline short and use that. And now when I swing right, I'll actually be a little bit. What the hell are you doing down there, buddy? What the hell are you doing back? Yeah. You're doing some weird stuff there, buddy. I ain't your buddy there, friend. I ain't your friend there, buddy. Oh, it's still so close to that. That's not working any better. Maybe double inclines? Well, we'll try the double incline. We'll try the double coach climb approach. Now, one coach climb's not enough. Maybe two coach climbs will be. Remember, never get a tattoo of Roy Orbison on your butt. I don't have any power, and this is not an area I don't want to have power, or that I want to be that without. Damn Henry Winkler! I now present you a dear sweet man, Henry Winkler, covered in bees. I'm gonna try. I don't think I have to go up nearly as high as two inclines actually gives me. So I'm gonna try to just, not go up two inclines. If I have to take that out and put it back in, I will. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to put it back in. Which, I mean, that's not that big of a problem. It's just doop 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 doop. And I went over one too many. That's working even worse. That's not working any freaking better. Is this whole thing doomed? Is my glorious master plan doomed? Let's try to bring the incline back a little bit more. Basically, the idea of bringing the incline back a little bit more, just I get more of a running start. That makes sense. I don't really think I have to go up that high. I have to get through over there, which proves to be, all kinds of other issues trying to make that sharp turn. While avoiding the massive rise. That looks good, but I know this next one I put in isn't going to. Come on, give me power. Thank you. Let me back up. Baby wants to go up. I want my uppies. See, I moved this one down and into place, and most of that is completely. Well, try another incline. Try another coach climb. We'll see if we can get up there. And I know a lot of this is going to be trial and error. Put a piece in, see if it works. Put a piece in, see if it works. Put a piece in, see if it works. I don't think this is going to work. I'm already seeing a whole lot of clipping. Yeah. I mean, honestly, for 80 years old, he doesn't look that bad. I'm kind of running out of ideas. I don't honestly think I need to be up this high. Short of, having a turn and an incline in one piece. Yeah, shut up. I've yet to find a way to do that without a lot of stuttering that I don't like. One thing I could try, I have not tried at all. Throw a red Boyu in the mix. They can't all be Coach Kleins. I don't think that's going to work. Hey, it's not lined up perfectly, and I know that, but yeah, there's this weird hill right here that's kind of in my way. And this isn't far off. There's just a minor amount of clipping on the corner there. There's a fair amount of clipping there. Oh, I knew this one was going to be a pain in the rumpus. But I think that might get me up there. Just have to deal with... Is this actually clipping or is this just leaves and stuff? There's a little bit of like crap. Page down. That's a whole lot of clipping there. But it's also not anywhere nearly aligned. There's still a crap ton of clipping. Yeah. Not to mention, you know, I can't make that turn. That's okay. I didn't need those ankles. I could do something kind of weird. Not sure I really want to. Not a big fan of the idea, but it is an idea. Actually, hold on. My weird idea is about this. Basically, just move the roundabout in a little bit more. I don't know if that's gonna... This is a long shot. I do mean long shot. We'll see. This is a Hail Mary here. That might need to be one more that way. Unless I'm prepared to tolerate that amount of clipping. I mean, that doesn't really look that bad on the roundabout. Ow, why did I fall? They don't look good on the roundabout, but they don't look that bad either. Come on. Blueprint mode, auto connect. Blueprint mode, auto connect. Snap. It built that twice. Okay. I don't know. That might actually need to be this way. One more foundation. That looks like it might be too tight. But we're going to give it the old college try. We're going to give it the good old college football try. And if it doesn't work, we're going to whine and cry, because it's college football. That's the way the rules normally work, right? Or is that just my local college football? I'm not going to say who my local college team is because that would definitely give me away as far as where I live. And no. Okay, let's put a half foundation here. Move into a full foundation so I can get the roundabout connected how it's supposed to connect. That's I don't think that's where it's supposed to be. Oh yeah, I remember now. Go away. Doesn't really look fantastic, but it's probably that half foundation that's throwing me. That looks a lot better. Yeah, I can deal with that. A little bit of Z fighting there, but I gotta deal with that. What I gotta deal with. Okay, we go into an incline. It's easy to line that up because all I gotta do is look for that pillar. It's not supposed to be there. And now we try to wrap to the right. That's to the right, not to the left. I don't know why you're way down there. Why are you down there, buddy? Get up here. How are we supposed to be best friends till the end if you're way down there? Oh, because I had Blueprint Auto Connect on. I think it's not the right way. You the right way? Yes. Can you snug it? Oh, it's looking pretty freaking close here, guys. We're really, really close. I don't think it's gonna work though. I think I need to go up some more. Yeah, we got a whole lot of clipping there. We need at least one more unit of height. Remember, the track is gonna run right here. Yeah, honestly, it might work. I think, you know, getting maybe not a full incline piece, but at least one more section of an incline piece, one more foundation up. But I think I'm gonna just try with another full incline piece. And I'm just gonna bring up an ugly rail just so I keep flight. I don't really care what it looks like. It's an ugly rail. Sure, people have done this one before. They know what I mean. I'm not trying, Johnny. I'm not freaking trying. Glad you got faith in me, because my own faith in me is, yeah, that's not going to cut it. I'm about to give up and go to an easier node. Because I do got a couple easier nodes I can go to. Hell, I got one that makes this one look. Let's just, we know this is good, so we'll leave that. Get rid of that. Click, click, right, drop. The problem is, for every incline I put in, any foundation I put in just actually takes me a little bit farther. Why are you trying to snap up there? Man, I know why you're up in the air. That's my screw up. It's snowing like crazy in Chicago. That doesn't make me happy, Johnny. I don't like hearing stuff like that. I'm not in Chicago, but we share weather. Yeah, see, anytime I come up more, it's actually pushing it back. So maybe actually getting rid of, instead of putting an extra one in, we get rid of one. We start our turn a little bit earlier. Because I was damn close with just that one incline. I was going to put the stream on TV and follow a plane spotting channel on the Ord. And it's complete white out there. Is Ord O'Hara? Is that the code for O'Hara? Now we got a whole different problem. Now there's a whole different problem. What do you know about snow? Visit Moscow. There's more than 1 meter of snow. Or oh yeah, no. You can have that crap. You can have that. I will take when we measure snow in inches, and it's like just a few of them. When you first break out the metric system alone when referring to snow, and we're not talking centimeters, you can have that shit. But welcome back, Alex. Or is it Alex or Alexi? It's Alex, okay. That might be a little bit racist there, isn't it? Well, I know, but I'm saying when you skip centimeters, and it's not the whole world. Imperial is used in more places than just the US. It's just uncommon. I'm just saying, when you literally just jump straight to meters, yeah, you can have that crap. Shh. I don't want to get excited, but I'm getting a little excited here. I think I'm about to get really disappointed. I don't think this is going to be possible. One meter is about 4 feet. 1 meter is just over 3 feet. You remember right? A meter is 39.3 inches. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be possible with my current blueprints. I'd have to do some more severe angles. Johnny's my metric to imperial converter. All right, yeah, I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna say this is not gonna happen. So we're gonna avoid this. I will try to mess around with this off stream, but I make no promises. So I may have to come up with some other plan to. I feel really stupid. Someone who knows this map knows exactly why I feel really stupid. I am directly on top of powered rails. Stop making me come. I will. I will. But the sulfur node I'm trying to get to. And I'm gonna go play with some pigs, so I might get hurt here. This is the sulfur node I'm trying to get to. As you just witnessed, it's possible to get here on foot. Yeah, I'll be making a tighter right and a tighter left blueprint based on a probably on a 10-degree angle instead of a 5-degree angle. But answer me this. Why go that way and go under and all that bullshit when I could just go that way? I don't think I can make this turn sharp enough with the blueprints I currently have. I could find out pretty damn easy. That would be a left turn. Where would it need to be to make that sweep? Up quite a ways from where it is. It'd probably need to be down like here. If I put a roundabout in like here, short of the fact I'd be literally building over the abyss, and I don't want to do that. A short span over the abyss, I can write off in my head as a bridge. That's easy. Now, one thing I could do, this incline doesn't have to be here. It could be here. Yeah, I could switch this incline, but I don't want to. I don't think I can. I might be able to put it back here. Let's see. I think that might interfere with the ground. I think that might touch the ground. Yep. I'm not even all the way in position, and it's already sinking into the ground. So that one's out. God damn it. Hate when it does that. But there's already a drop here, so I'm pretty sure I could put this incline. Yeah, I got some leaves sticking through, but that's harvestable plants. I never said today wasn't going to be trains. The goal for today is getting sulfur to the future power plant, which unfortunately requires trains. But I will mess with that off stream and see what I can figure out. I mean, I have a roundabout here. I don't know if I can cut that tight enough to get up there. I think I'm going to go to the easy, not so easy portion and give that a shot. No. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hey, it's a yellow slug. Did you get all your loose shit yet? What do you mean my loose shit? You gotta narrow that one down a little bit. No, that's not where, no, bad. Your mats that were left. Oh, the crates of shame? No, I haven't gotten them yet. God damn it. I need to hang a right on this one here. So if you thought that was a sketchy train track area, we're gonna make that look easy. If you're familiar with the term threading the needle, we're gonna thread a needle. We're gonna try to thread a needle. And it's gonna be bad enough, I'm going to bring a power wire with me. Because not only do I have to hit this pretty tight target, I have to thread through it. This is gonna be interesting. We're gonna see if I can't try to avoid the rage aspect of this. And it all starts at this roundabout. The nice thing is I already have a power pole there, so I'm just going to keep running it that way. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Snippy, 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 snippy. Snippy, 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 snippy. The nice thing is for quite a while we're just gonna be going straight. Now remember, my train does have a full train building cargo load, so I'm gonna run out of concrete many times. But I have a lot of concrete with me. Speaking of, I already ran out of concrete. Shocker! Kind of a weird thought just a second ago. And I'll have to try it at some point in time. Currently, my roundabout is based on its end blocks being at, let's say, 12, 3, 6, and 9 o'clock on a clock face. If I set them to 1:30, 4:30, 7:30, 10:30, I wonder if that would work better. We'll grab some concrete, and by grab some, I mean we're gonna grab a crap ton of concrete. We have 18,500 on us, on me, in my pocket dimension. Are we starting to see the what I've got to thread through? From this distance, it probably looks absolutely easy. And I'll say the first part kind of is. I did say this should be interesting. I did warn that this should be interesting. I think it's time to hang a left. I also need to go back and get my power. No. My power tower right here. Come here, buddy. I got one right there. You're an evil person, Casper. Oh, I know I'm going to get frustrated with this. Now, the hilarious thing will be if I can get this on the first try. I am not holding my breath on that. I will say I've gotten better at doing this, but I don't think I'm that damn good. Actually, the funny thing is, I don't even know if this is going to fit. I know I might have a fit. I know there's going to be clipping. I can't do anything about that. I don't think that's going to fit. So I don't think this is going to happen. If that train can make it through there, I'd be surprised. Let's bring out the Hot Wheels car. Yeah, we got serious clipping right there. It fits on this side. That's not tight like a tiger. That's not happening. And that's actually worse. Can I join them into one and run them through the passage? It's not a bad idea. I don't know how the pathing signals are going to like that. I've never tried. I'm willing to give it a shot. Let me put down like 2. Oh, I got a couple straights right here. So we'll just take this straight out. Out. Up. Uppies. We're kind of about halfway down this. So you're thinking kind of like that, but obviously more. So a block signal at the end. And a path signal at the beginning. That kind of seems like it wants to work. But I mean, obviously, your idea is more like that. Just obviously thread that through the center. So, are we thinking the same thing here? Am I picking up what you're putting down? Yes, sir. Well, we'll give it a shot. I mean, the pathing signal works. The only reason that one was throwing errors was, again, like I said before, because there was nothing on the end of it. That's why the signals are there. Yeah, I know you're over there too. It's like I've been through here before. Yeah, that's why there's the block signals and the pathing signals and all that. I think I'm gonna try a left. Let's do a left back here straight into a right. You go away. Because your brain wants to say that a left straight into a right would just put you exactly back where you were, but it doesn't. Notice how that entire thing just shifted me a little bit to the left? Lock hologram. Lower into position. But this does tell me that there's absolutely no way my blueprint would go through here. And I might as well just not even put the damn road aspect on here, because that ain't gonna happen. Oh yeah, we're gonna... I think this is a good time to come out to there. What the hell are you bitching about? That's the exact same one that's on the other side. All right, we'll go out to there. Oh yeah, remember when I said the first part's the easy part? But that's not that much. And I probably will just get rid of the road aspect of this because I could probably still get a tractor through here. I need a lot of warning signs. Might just take this median out. Okay, so looking down the line, I need to hang a right and then go straight into inclines. As long as I'm still above the water, which I am. And in case anybody's curious as to how far above the water I am, not much. Oh yeah, that's gonna be pretty. That's gonna be a pretty, pretty, pretty princess. Even though normally I'm the pretty, pretty princess. Don't judge. You're just jealous. You're definitely gonna need another one. That might get me up high enough. High enough, not hard enough. I'm the prettiest princess in the land. Yes, I freaking am. About damn time you admit it, Casper. I'm gonna kill this dog. I want to go outside and frolic, but there's snow. I see you. Screw you, you stupid freaking acorn from hell. Now the question is, am I high enough? I don't really. It's gonna be fucking close if I am. Let's go up one more. I'm not a huge fan of being the princess in the sky, but somebody told me about a kid named James that he had a giant peach, and I want to be Princess Peach. Nobody ever said I was stable. If they did, they were lying to you. We got a small problem here. No, no, never mind, never mind. We don't have any problem. No problem, no problem. Takey backies. Takesies backsies. We might. We'll see. We'll see. I'm really glad I don't really care about coal. Because these coal nodes are going under. I could get that one. That one's gone. We're not going to talk about that one. That one doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, nobody's getting that coal node. Bye bye. All right, look, no, they're just impure nodes, so who cares? And as your tour guide, I would be absent-minded and not tell you to look into the distance and see the other train line. I'm okay with that. Hi, Burb. What are you doing on my road there, Burb? I'm gonna have to swing left or right. It has nothing to do with the hogs right in front of me. It has to do with that giant rock. Actually, hold on. Let me see how good of a. Okay, that's a normal node. But if I go back to where that obstruction is, I think it's right there. Oh, hey, there's a coal node or a copper node. I see you, little bastard. Yep. Oh, I can't really call them spooters from hell because then that takes away from the acorns from hell. But at least it's not a jumping spooter. Ew. Can't go that way. Unless I do the... No. Go back another one, hang a left. Maybe clear that? I'm more worried that I'm going to hang a left and I'm just going to run straight into it. Maybe two lefts? Two lefts don't make a right? That's not gonna clear. Maybe go back another one? Yeah, we'll go back another one and move into a straight. It should be fine. Well, as long as I don't care about covering a coal node or a copper node. I don't know why I keep calling that coal node. Peggy, go to sleep. I don't want to cover a copper node. That is without doubt. I do not want to cover a copper node. And I have a very good reason for not wanting to cover a copper node. A, there's not a whole lot of them. And B, copper powder. Let's try two rights. I know I've got some weird, like, rock formation stuff over here I gotta try to avoid. Or one right into a left. Now let's try that. I don't honestly think I've tried that yet. Got two rocks I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid this rock. I'm trying to. There's a rib cage looking thing over here to the right that slug is on. And a little wiggle wiggle. Wiggle wiggle. Okay, so I've avoided that rock. I have another rock right there. But now I could hang a hard left and avoid that and the rocks up here. I think's kind of the plan. Don't blame me. It might not be a good plan, but it's at least a plan. I don't see any of you guys coming up with no plans. Okay, let's go down to the road section. Make sure everything's clear. I got some trees. Obviously, trees can go the F away. No, I don't want to be on the ground. I don't like being on the ground. Okay. I'm avoiding that big rock. I don't know about that rock. Can't really tell if it's going to interfere or not. Or maybe, just maybe, do you go away, rock? No, you don't go away. Okay. Well, it's definitely going to be in the way. I'd argue about how much. And if I do that, then it's not in the way at all because it's underneath the median. So it can kiss my fat white buttocks. As long as, you know, that doesn't interfere with the next 18 steps I gotta do. I will say, you know, Johnny's idea of just moving the tracks onto a single track was actually pretty ingenious. I give him credit. I do try to give credit where credit's due, and credit was definitely due there. It was doo-doo there. It's like doo-doo brown. Go me. Yes, go you. Hey, like I said, I give credit where credit's due, and that was a good idea. Okay. So, sulfur is over there. Obviously. So, I think it's time for a roundabout, or a straight into a roundabout. And then I gotta try to figure out how the hell to connect this to that. I have a roundabout already up over here, but I don't think that's happening. Grab a straight that's back here. I think for right now, I'm not going to worry about the roundabout because I can come in and drop a, come from a straight into a roundabout anytime I want. Definitely going to need a left up here. I think we all see why. I was about to say I'm out of concrete again, but then it magically refilled. By the power of the magical Leopleurodon, it refilled. I think it's time for an incline. Mr. Coach Incline, Mr. Coach Incline. Get my fingers in the right position. So if I put a left on here, I would avoid that. I am going to put down a single foundation and try to figure out how my height is here in comparison to this other track. Well, it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn close. Now that it's daytime, let me come back here and see about seeing some things. First and foremost, is there any way to sweep to the left here and potentially line up with that roundabout? I don't really want to because, like I said, the sulfur is over here. The entire reason I'm here is for that sulfur, which is literally right back there. You can kind of sort of see it. Yeah. The drawback is I have to be far enough off of this thing to actually be able to make the sweep to get back on there. And I don't mean my blueprint sweep. It's a pretty severe angle. I'm going to try 2 rights just to see what it looks like. It's definitely not lining up, I can tell you that one right now. Now, could I make it line up? Probably. And of course, it's right in between 2 freaking straight pieces again. It's always right in between 2 freaking straight pieces. I'll get rid of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do that again. Go ahead and filter onto these concrete pillars so we can get rid of that. I don't need to get rid of the ones down there. This is basically what I did off stream to connect the other one over by my home. Itchy mustache. I have a weird blueprint here called Rail Circle. I don't use it very often. But it is basically the roundabout without all the extra fancies on it. Damn thing snapped at the last second. Like, it doesn't have the half foundation on it. Wiggle, wiggle. And wiggle, wiggle. Okay. Get rid of that. Connect that. And now the quartz train can go back to work. Obviously, I'm going to have to do some interesting stuff to get this angle the rest of the way. But that's going to be a not on stream adjustment. A little bit of protrusion there, but I'm okay with that. I mean, otherwise, I can put my incline here and start my turn a little earlier. But I kind of worry if I put my incline here, I'm going to have issues with this rib bone looking thing. So, we'll leave it as it is, and I'll try to figure out how to make that turn. But for right now, we need to get that sulfur going. And that's a turn, that's straight, that's going to be my roundabout right there. Now we're coming down here to roundabout. Switch to blueprint auto connect. Turn it around. Get rid of this. Bring it out to the 1 foundation away mark. and then connect it into the roundabout. Do the same thing over here. Get rid of that. Come down. Yeah, definitely gonna have to get rid of some of these damn trees. It's not murder if they're just plants. I don't care what the vegetarians say, it's not murder if they're just plants. It's just a little deforestation. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do the same thing. Get rid of the rail lines. Grab this rail line, take it over here, connect it to... Yeah. Square it up. Look at it. Yep, looks good. There's a reason I brought my chainsaw with me. It's kind of a shame that the chainsaw doesn't work on the fart flowers. Though, thinking about this, I don't need that blueprint. I want the just straight rail blueprint. No. We'll do the road and rail. Because there are a lot of viable resources around here, so it would make sense to have the road here as well in case I want to just load stuff up into a truck and then have it delivered somewhere. That makes sense. Run, Bean, run! I don't know why you're running, but run! Run, Bean! I'm going to be taking a very short break here in just a second because, nature calls. So let me hook that up and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Had to, like, obviously nature calls, you answer it. All right, but we're almost here to the sulfur, so I think one more straight piece, and then we'll start building the train station. I do need to worry about, some of these giant friggin' craps. Actually, we're not even going to put a straight there. We're going to put a left. Might even go back and put a left before this. Yeah, it's all trial and error. Anybody who's ever built a big train line, knows there's a lot of trial and error. I kind of want to do this train line a little differently than the last couple, because I don't have a whole hell of a lot of room in this little canyon, and I'm really worried about going right over the top of that sulfur node. Or wait, where is the sulfur node? 130 meters that way. Is it not till the... Oh, it's right there. Yeah, we're okay. I was seeing that slug, and I thought that it was sitting on top of the sulfur node, but no. I think one more should be acceptable. Might have to go back another one. Yeah, we will. That's too much interaction. Hey, hi. It might have to be a left into a straight. It all comes down to trying to get that angle right. It would have been kind of funny if he was guarding the sulfur, but he's not. He's just chilling. He's just got good vibes. They don't really seem to be all that mobile. So calling them slugs is kind of incorrect, because at least slugs move. They might move slower as crap, but they at least move. Okay. That get me... That definitely got me past the rib there. I don't think I could do another left. Let me see something real quick. Again, trial and error. No, that's actually working just fine. That's hugging up on that side. And we all know how much I like my hugs. I love my hugs. Very hard to see my line. Okay, so now I would need a right. My sulfur node is literally right there. I don't think I'm getting any closer to any of that. I'm going to throw down a left, I think, right here. And then I'm going to go into a series of straights. I will build the train station off of that. Do 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 do. Where is my baby gone? It's right there. God, I hate when it moves at the last possible second because you think you've already clicked and you think you can move the mouse. And it's like no. So we got a problem here. Hey, I got a bad kitty up here that's got some really bad breath. Who has not taken his daily breath mint. And then B, I really ain't got shite for room here. So I'm gonna do a little deforestation just so I can see what I'm working with. I gotta have him back that ass up. Back that tree up. Show me what you're working with. Okay. Someone else wants a taste of my tender bacon. I thought I killed that. Probably. Because obviously I don't have much in the way of room here. So I gotta do some constructive deconstruction. Anybody want a freaking acorn from hell? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of this tree. This tree. Yeah, there's definitely a bad kitty. I think there's more than one. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this rail. I'm gonna get rid of all of this here. So we're gonna build a train station right here on top of this. Like, this is gonna be the train station. Because I ain't got a lot of choice in the matter. It's pretty tight here. There's a tiger somewhere, and it's trying to tell me about how to be tight. Now we're just gonna kind of cover this whole area. Because, as pretty as this planet is, it would look so much better if it was just covered in concrete. Right? It makes sense to me. And this is a pure sulfur node. Production, miner Mark III. And we'll go over this way. Why? Because it's just the direction I chose. Definitely can't make any more that way because the damn thing's in the way. I'd love to just like conveyor it straight up, but I highly doubt that's. I mean, I could probably make it work. I could probably make it work. I'm magic like that. I got enough leaves on me. I'll grab some more. Okay. Like I said, there is not squat for room in here. And I gotta get 4 freaking freight stations down. This is gonna be fun. Looking up, I got room. I got some room. It's definitely not a lot. But there is some. Get rid of those right now. I'm gonna have to figure out how to be magic because this is gonna be fun. And by fun I mean this is gonna suck. Right? This is gonna suck. I mean this already kind of sucks. Okay. The right rail is the incoming line. The left rail. So this is I'm coming in. I can go through a train station and go back out. Transport, freight. And this is going to give me a bunch of bullshit because, you know, it must be in line with another platform. Even the empty platform does that crap. It's one of the things I absolutely hate about this. Can I get this to snap into that? Yes. Turn. 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 Grab. Turn. Get rid of. And turn. All right, now can I turn this around in the little bit of space I have? Because obviously I can't move the foundations this way anymore. Oh yeah, I got lots of room there. I got lots of room. This is going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience. Johnny, I don't know what you're talking about, but this is going to be difficult. Look at that. Look at that. Canadian, look at it. Don't just look at it. Look at it Canadian style. That's when you know full well it's ham, but you're going to call it bacon. You got to admit, that's pretty. We put a block signal at the end of, like always. Do not let me forget that I have to go put those path signals where the line merges. Okay, logistics. Okay, looks like it's in line right here. Let's come out a little ways. Because I highly doubt that's going to be perfectly lined up. I mean, I could be really, really, really wrong. I could be extraordinarily wrong. Let's give it a shot. I feel like being kind of stupid. I don't think that's actually right. Come out one more notch. Yeah, that's not lined up perfectly. Because you can't do this off of... I mean, I'm going to give it a shot because, I'm stupid. No, see, if it was actually going to line up properly, it would snap. Oh, shit. It snapped. It freaking snapped. Just as a little bit of a test. I have never actually been able to line up a conveyor floor hole into a lift straight out of a freaking miner. Oh, the lift is definitely working. Yeah, that's working. Okay, cool. Yay. Cheap viewers. Get them, my anti-bot brigade. And 5. Splitter. I know I'm much. It's the entire reason why Casper watches Twitch. Isn't to actually support me or anything like that. She just really likes that banhammer. I wonder if it like only if it doesn't show like all the mods, if it only shows like one or two mods. And because I have multiple mods that aren't online, which I mean I can fix that. Okay, so now we connect this to that. We turn that to a Mark 6 because again, this is a pure node. And we crank it up. You know what? I'm going to do this a little bit differently here. It's a bit silly, but I don't know why that one was like just. Sometimes I just don't use the top one. Sometimes. Yeah, we'll leave that one like that on the last one because I don't really feel like using an elevator or a lift. I'm sorry, these are elevators. Because remember, the way a splitter works, I mean, that's... Ah, shit. No, there's a reason I don't do it like that. There's a reason I do it the other way. And it doesn't really matter. Yeah. We'll just use the lower one. No, you don't have a belt right there at all. Oh yeah, so there's only 1,200 coming into this. So it's a max belt. So I'm glad it's only 1,200 because... I mean, oh, you don't even have that? I've got the band message. Weird. Twitch being stupid again. Okay. So that puts me to 5,700 sulfur on trains. Unfortunately, this is not going to be a very fast route, but it's at least accessible. And I'm gonna name these. We're not gonna do the weird freaking city names. And that probably is saying something about... Yeah. It just needed another block signal somewhere, and that one needs another block signal. We'll take care of that. This is going to be Desert Pure Sulfur. I know, it's a little on the nose. It's not a very original name. I don't care. Signal loops into itself, probably because I don't have pathing signals up there in at the roundabout. I'm back! Are you back in the saddle again? I will come in and do the rest of the deforestation off stream. That's going to be a lot. Okay, so it's the entrance to an intersection, so it gets a pathing signal. That one's going to whine and complain because, there's nothing up here. Okay, so that one's done. Where's my train? How far back did I leave my train? I know I'm missing track up that way. I'm missing track up that way because it doesn't connect to that track. Because I got to do some constructive angles to connect them. Oh, I also need to come down here. And this needs a path on the right and a path on the left, and then a block on this side, block on this side, and that should not have any errors. There shouldn't be any flashing freaking hazards or anything like that. That should just work. So we're going to go. I don't like that. We're going to bring this back a little bit more. I think everybody agrees that looked like crap. That was way too close. We will bring the Johnny Special here back here to this. Those ones are going to be airing, but we can fix that by entrance to intersection gets a path signal. Exit to an intersection gets a block signal. Over here, make sure that these are showing correctly. How was the chocolate shop, Amaya? Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic. Now we're going to go to every single train station I just built. And we're going to give them all names. Names that imply what they are. And then we're going to build one more train station. Well, probably two more train stations. Over at the Blue Crater to start bringing sulfur in. And every single output on that station is going to drop straight into a sink. The reason for that I think it's those, because I think Amara and whatever the hell that says were from yesterday, or the last time I was making. I think that's over there at the Blue Crater. The nice thing is I don't need more than 4 belts full. I only need 4,000 coming in every single minute. And I can set this up in such a way that the trains will literally stay there until they have completely emptied their cargo, therefore keeping the station completely full, and which should have another train behind it ready to unload. Will it slow down the train? Just the trains? Yes. Will it actually slow down the sulfur input? No. Shouldn't. Because if there's another train directly behind it ready to unload, Yeah, crap. It's gonna grab a bunch of sulfur. Oh well. I do love these animations though. And if you notice, there's a difference in the two the two things they picked up. One was more square than the other because the first train car already had a train car there, so it just brought the whole box over to empty into it. Whereas the second one didn't have a train car, so it brought the car over. I don't care. I'm gonna be putting probably 4 or 5 trains on the network. Well, actually, there's gonna be one for every one of these stations. And how many stations did I just make? I got Desert Pure. I got Greenfields Pure. I got Greenfields Impure. I've got Coastline Pure. I've got Northern Normal. Yeah, and then I've got the 3 at Blue Crater. Which obviously that train's gonna be moving and grooving real fast. And the funny thing is, the giant foundation that I've been building may not be the foundation that has the power plants on it. That might just be the train station. Okay, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Which one did I build before that one? I know I messed around with that one in the Abyss Cliffs and gave up on it. And bear in mind, there is another one over there in that area. It just really, really, really sucks to get. Because it's up on top of those freaking, like, cliffs and stuff. I don't know about you, but I don't want to take a train up there. I'd rather bring the sulfur down to a train. That's when I build a series of switchbacks and let like trucks go up there and get them. Should actually be kind of cool. I don't know, what do we think? I mean, first and foremost, how many people know what a switchback is? %99 positive I'm using the right term. Term. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that Johnny knows what a switchback is. All right, I'm using the right term. The technical definition of a switchback is a series of 180-degree bends climbing up a very, very steep hill. Obviously, you're not going to build a road straight up, right? You're going to build a road that goes up a little bit, and you're going to turn, and you're going to build it up. You're going to go the opposite direction, going up. Turn around, do the same thing over and over and over and over and over until you get to the top. That way you can not have a ridiculous incline while going up a ridiculous incline. You gotta bet, Johnny, that'd be kind of cool. I wonder if there's coal over there. That's kind of the only limiter, is the trucks have to have a fuel source. And I know I've been doing a lot of stuff with trains. We're probably all getting a little tired of seeing trains. And I do have a plan to do something. With trucks. We're going in here? Yes, we are. Cool. We'll turn off. And this is... I don't know, what do we think? What would we even call this area? I don't even know what this area is called. This is called the Western Dune Forest. Oh, we're going to the power plant. Just give me a second. We'll just call it Western, because we've got Desert Pure Sulfur, so we'll call this one Western Pure Sulfur. Because I'm 99% positive this is a pure node. I mean, I don't think I would have went through all this freaking hassle if this wasn't a pure node. Yeah, that's pure. As pure as fresh Colombian baby powder. And if it's not full of sulfur, it will be. And it would be this car. Yeah, it's going to get some more sulfur. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Obviously, as I've said before, off stream, I will go through and clean up a lot of the underbrush and trees and all that crap that are currently poking through the track. I don't like that any more than you guys do. I'm just not going to bore you with me pulling out weeds and chainsawing everything and blah, 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 blah. It's going to take me like an hour to clean up the whole track line. We're not doing that on stream. It's probably boring enough watching me build the track. Unless it starts getting frustrating, like me trying to thread that needle and... Now, before I really start the construction of the power plant, and I could actually start a bit of it, because the first step of the power plant is bringing all the crude oil in, turning it all into heavy oil residue, and turning all that into fuel. Which means I could just burn the fuel and have a pretty decent power plant before I even get started with, because the fuel gets turned into rocket fuel. The 4 ingredients for rocket fuel are sulfur, coal, nitrogen, and fuel. Okay, we turn off. What do we want to call this one? It's going to be impure sulfur. Purple impure sulfur? Anyone have any other suggestions? Turtle's ass. No, it's not that stinky. Puff, puff. I'm trying to keep a name that I instantly know what it is. I've been playing for 12 hours. Yay! Fixit Pioneer benefits include a 15-minute rest period per day. One. Single. That's it. Yeah, it's getting more sulfur. I don't know why it ain't getting more at the western one. Grape juice. I think purple impure sulfur works. It tells me exactly what I need to know. I mean, I would debate if it's in the purple forest or not, which honestly, I don't even know if that's what this area is called. No, it's supposed to be called the southern forest. Now screw that shit. That's the purple forest. It's a forest, and everything in it's freaking purple. It's a purple forest. Kiss my freaking backside. That is the purple forest. Well, where the hell are we going now? We should be going up to the northern coast, right? No, we're going to the one by the swamp. It's probably just going to be swamp impure sulfur. Purple forest juice. That sounds more like something I'd call one of the nitrogen nodes. Which that probably will not be today. I'll probably do nitrogen another day. Might do coal tomorrow, depending on how... Might do coal tonight. Coal shouldn't take that long. Ooh, it's all dark and spookies. It's Gowies! Now we're gonna go to the strongest shape. Yeah, I need to move that block signal. It's too close, and the pathing signal won't give the green light until the train passes it. We're gonna get rid of this block signal. Because obviously you just watched that slowed the crap. Amaya saw it. It's kind of hard to see at night, but oh, yeah, you can zoom out like that. Okay. I know, really, really, really original name. So we only got one more. Phallus impure sulfur. Phallic impure sulfur. Okay, so now we should be going to the northern coast, up by Maya Corner. I don't think Johnny's seen a Maya's Corner. Oh yeah, she is. She is definitely a perv. I know that one. I can sense it. I can smell it on her. It smells like tacos. She's being awfully quiet about it. She knows she's been called out. She got caught. Now she's being all quiet. Round and round and round we go, down into the pit. I was summoned. What did I miss? What about you being a pervert? We were talking about that for a while. There's no use trying to deny it. We know. We know. Sigh. See, she's never gonna try to deny it. She knows. She knows we know. She knows everybody knows. I hit that power tower. For anybody actually that's been paying attention to the video, have you guys noticed what happens every hour on the half-hour mark? Yes, we will. I'm starting to think that's how you like it, though. Hey, no judgment. No judgment here. Pretty sure this is a normal move, yeah. Okay. Now we go to... I think it's that. I'm a saint. I don't need to be so... Johnny's got jokes today. Don't give up your day job, Johnny. I don't think comedy's in your future. The beans are taking over my train yard. Time to go. Gotta go, 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 go. Bull roar. More like bull spit. And by bull spit, I mean something that sounds a whole hell of a lot like spit, but it ain't spit. I don't know. It's better than listening to nothing, right? You can milk a bull, but what you get ain't a milkshake. It depends on what you define, how you define a milkshake. Obviously, we'll have to go through and put block signals down here on this other portion of track. I'm not touching that statement. I'm not touching the idea of that statement, let alone that statement itself. The worst thing is I've now gotten so much better at like hugging stuff and like just having my railroad really close to things. I kind of want to redo this entire segment just so I can like hug these freaking islands. Is that bad? I don't know why you pulled your brakes out. Okay, so now we're going to go to the last sulfur train station. And then we're going to go over to the Blue Crater and start trying to figure out just how much sulfur I can actually get per minute. But see, wattage would be happy. I got rid of all the trees and stuff through here. And we loop around and we go down here. Oh, I did think of a different way I could have done this, and it would have just been a roundabout into a roundabout. If I would have just put a roundabout right about here. Instead of over here, this would have worked just fine. Okay, so this is actually the correct one. So this will just be blue, freighter, sulfur. We're going to go park this train over. Oh, right now we're going to move it over to the actual future power plant. If I can figure out how to get down there. It's a lot of signals you got to go through. Obviously, a lot easier with just setting automation into it. Okay, that can go away, 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 that can go away. Okay. I don't like that. Why does that look like it's higher up than... Oh, you son of a bitch. This whole thing's aligned on the bottom foundation, not on the top one. On the straight rails here. There is a second. It's lined up on this second or below. So I have to deconstruct the entire platform. Or put a 1 meter ramp. I honestly don't know which one I'm going to do. Anybody want a reason to feel bad for me? Yeah, I gotta tear this whole foundation down just because it's not at the right height. And unfortunately, you can't multi-select blueprints. Crap. I'm full. Time to start putting more down. Hmm? Please. Started noticing crates of shame, so time to start putting down more. This entire foundation was built 1 meter too low. We all know I am way too anal to let that one slide. I think this definitely applies to the whole F's in chat for fails. No, that's actually up the right height. Where's that little pucker that normally comes through? Or no, this is 1 meter higher, right? I got rid of that little pucker. Yay, no more little pucker. I do need to be kind of careful because there is a crate of shame over here. I'm not 100% sure where, but I know it's over here. No, that's the wrong one. There it is. There will be no crates of shame allowed. Might even, no, that's a temporary thing. And almost done rebuilding this. I'm gonna go out one more foundation. What the fuck just happened there? Alright. They built that one twice. Which, it happens. It's unfortunate, it sucks, but it happens. We'll just call this the golden saucer. Okay. Back over here where I want to be. Where I can fly, too. try to get this where I want it to be, which is right there. Turn it 90 degrees. Why we? What did I do that was we worthy? So this is going to be multiple different stations. We're going to start like I normally do. I'm going to put down a normal train station. It's not meant to be a train station, but you can't build the other ones unless you start with a train station. I don't like it, but I don't get to make choices. Yeah, that's fine. We're used to that. That is, I'd say, right at 2 foundations. We're going to do the same thing and put right at 2 foundations between them. That is right to that one, so that is 1, 2. Goes out here. Oh, that's not directly on the center of the line, so should be, but we're not gonna worry about that. That is 1, 2. So we'll go back a little bit just so we can get the same, roughly the same bend there. And obviously, a good chunk of that is because I got to fight with that shit right there. Now, one thing I could do instead of doing this is just do that. Is anything coming in here? It's coming into one of these train stations. I was hitting the F key instead of the D key. now I can get rid of that. And honestly, I could probably clean that up by just bringing it over this way and getting rid of the remnants of the roundabout. Okay. So we go grab another train station. And that is 2 foundations perfectly. That's exactly 2 foundations. Actually, I'm going to turn these ones around for the time being. And it might be permanent. I hate how they can turn themselves around. It's like, no, just behave yourselves, God damn it. Oh, there? Okay. So now we're going to do something a bit interesting. One, two, three, and 4. No, I don't need those there. I need those here. One, two, three. 1, 2. That one's got to be a little weird because of the angle of my dangle. 3. And can we get one here? Doesn't look like it. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Fine. It's not fine, but it's going to be fine. We'll not talk about this sheer drop to the side of me. Doesn't look like it's straight there. Yeah, it's definitely not straight. We'll have to fix it. That is a straight. It really sucks that there's not a segment here in the center. But that's actually okay. That is... doesn't look like it's completely straight. That is directly on this line, which is perfect where I want it. Now I can connect that. Bring this out till it lines up with that line. The fuck you mean? Track turns too sharply. Oh, damn, you're just being a whiny ass. This is one of the things I hate. That is exactly lined up directly on that line. Sometimes a track doesn't want to behave itself. There. That's now straight and perfect and beautiful and everything else that it needs to be. Okay. One, and two, and three, and 4, 5, 6. Cool, whatever. I don't need that many. All I need is 4. Grab that one and we'll move it over here. Like I said, I just need 4 of them on each platform. And I'm sure by now some people are trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. And again, we'll get rid of 2 of these. I'll move this one somewhere up here a little bit better. And we'll start grabbing rails and hooking them up. Because yes, I just spent all that time trying to get all that sulfur onto trains, and I'm about to throw it all away. Because Powerballs like to be stupid. Okay, we agree that every one of those has an output. And I just realized I actually screwed this up. It looks really nice, but it's still messed up. It looks really, really nice, but it is messed up. So, down it all comes. As soon as I actually click on the right damn thing. The reason it's messed up is I need a storage bin for every single one of those. Okay. That will do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That won't do, pig. That won't do. Okay. That should run right past all that, which it does. Yay. And then this one, we'll have to have something similar because, well, they screwed up the way this game behaves itself sometimes. Whatever. Whatever. Good enough. And now we need to do the same thing over here for the same reason, which is still yet to be explained. I promise it is coming. I will explain why I'm doing this. Okay, so this one goes into that one goes into that one, this one can go back here. Or, shit. I hate when it shows it's going to go straight and then decides all of a sudden, no, I don't want to go straight. How bad does that look? Once it finally actually renders in. Looks like crap. Maybe if I go... Nope, it won't do it that way because you literally can't start from one of those. One that you can do is start from it like that. Yay, that looks all pretty. Sometimes you just have to be smarter than the AI. It's not even AI, it's just how the shit's coded. Okay. So we have a train over there that's parked. Now, we get to do something really, really, really stupid. We're going to call this one Sulfur 1. Not to be confused with Rogue 1. And we're going to call this... We need to change the name of these train stations real quick. Venray is not going to be Venray. It's going to be Sulfur Drop 1. Now, these aren't going to have fantastically original names, and I apologize for that. I don't really care. Sulfur Drop 2. One, 2, 3, and 4. Now we are going to set its timetable to, we're going to do this one nice and easy. We're going to go Blue Crater Sulfur to Sulfur Drop 1. And we're going to turn that on. I do have to come through here, and I have to set all of these to unload. Unfortunately, there is no copy settings. You have to do this manually for each one. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to put up and 4 train cars. We're going to call this one Sulfur 2. And we're going to send it to Desert Pure Sulfur. And we're going to have it come this way. And I do remember that I need to put some automation on, or I need to put some pathing and stuff on this shite. And it's going to throw a big old nasty air because it's not allowed to have train stations. Like that one's going to throw a big old nasty air. That one's going to throw a big old nasty air. This is probably saying signal loops into itself, which is fine. Actually, that's not where we want those. We want a pathing signal before the intersection. And we want a block signal after the intersection. We want another block signal there. Signal loops into itself. Because this doesn't need to be a path signal. It needs to be a block signal. Because it's not actually an intersection. It's... You're a block signal. You're a pathing signal. Food coma time? Yeah, I gotta try to figure out why this is screwing up. That one's obviously working. That one's working. Maybe set this to another pathing signal. That one works. Yeah, there we go. That works. So that's the... I hope Casper feels better soon. Yeah, same here. So that's a block signal before. That is a pathing signal. Probably because I don't have a block signal over here. Yeah. Looks like everything is working. We are filling up with sulfur. Starting to fill up with sulfur. Now, just bear in mind, I have a lot of I have a lot of sulfur nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. edit timetable. And you're going to go to sulfur drop 2 and then Western pure sulfur. Because I don't think I have one. We're going to call this sulfur 3. And I can go to any train station and check my timetables. So like sulfur 2 goes to desert and then comes back here. This one's going to go to Western and come back here. And I can just back this guy up a little bit. We're going to call this one, well, we're going to call this one sulfur 4. Okay? This one's going to be a little weird because I've got those 2 crappy impure nodes. So it's just going to go visit both of them and go to sulfur drop 1. One thing we can do, thank you. We could set this to freight wagon fully unloaded. And we'll set this to sulfur. And we'll set this to sulfur. Save change. Turn on. And I probably need to put, I'll have to put more block signals in up there. So now we make another one. Got one more to make, I think. 1, 2, 3, and should have room to get a 4th one in there, yes. And so we call this one sulfur 5. And it's going to go to northern normal sulfur. And then it's going to go to sulfur drop 2. And that's it. You're probably trying to figure out what in the hell is the point of all this. Oh, damn good question. Why do I have all these sinks lined up? Especially if they're not currently hooked up. Well, first and foremost, I'm trying to get a bunch of sulfur down here first. But once I have a bunch of sulfur down here, then and only then will I start sinking it. But I need to measure a rough idea of the throughput of that sulfur. How much sulfur is actually coming down here? So I'm kind of just going to let these train stations fill up. Now, obviously, a sink can't dispose of anything if it ain't got no power. You should just start hearing Billy Bob Thornton's voice in your head. I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. So we'll just because right now no sulfur has made it to sulfur drop 2. Because all those trains have to go all the hell over the place to get sulfur. And one thing I could do is I could literally set up their timetable to go to their respective sulfur drop or sulfur node and come back to sulfur drop 1. Go to their respective node, come back to sulfur drop 2, and just alternate. The whole goal right now is to try to get as much sulfur down here as I can so I can try to measure how much I'm getting in. Hmm. This one's got me a little confused as to why there's nothing on this car. So we're going to go to its sulfur node and we're going to go find out. Because that's a 1200 per minute node that there ain't nothing on this train. Like I said, Billy Bob Thornton is screaming, there's something wrong with this. Ain't got no sulfur in it. But we're going to get some sulfur in it. We're going to figure out why this doesn't have any sulfur in it, and we're going to fix that problem. Bear in mind, I got a whole lot more sulfur tapped into trains than what I need. Actually, the funny thing is, I just realized this. Last time I sent a train up here to this node, it didn't pick anything up either. And there's a damn good reason for that. Kind of hard for it to pick anything up if there's nothing hooked up to it. We're gonna do a little clippy over here, because we're not gonna be back over here, basically ever. So we get all this hooked up. I hate how long the Mark 6 belt takes to show up. Okay. Now there's sulfur coming into this node, or from this node into this train station. So, yay! Yippee, yippee, yay, yay, yay! I held my train. All right, time to go. Time to grab what little sulfur's here and head back. But that would really explain why I wasn't getting sulfur at this train station. Kind of hard to load sulfur up into your train when the sulfur is not being loaded into the train depots to load into your train. But that does. Mouse cursor. I am willing to say that I probably have enough sulfur to make my nitro rocket fuel. And I will keep talking like William Shatner for a few minutes just to see who's all paying attention. That's a new way of spelling rocket fuel. Okay. It's more like fuel, fuel. I hardly knew you. Fuel, fuel. When people named Noel, it'd be kind of funny to have for somebody to be named Fuel. Yeah, because at the moment the stations are probably all full down at the fuel plant. That one actually was able to empty everything. And the nice thing is you can tell which one's a sulfur one by having 4 cars. Because the only train that has 4 cars that's not carrying sulfur is the one and only train car that's not running anywhere right now because it's my train. It's fine. I'm just poking at you. Pokey, 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 pokey. You love when I poke you. Okay, now the question is, I think this side's probably full. Yeah, this side is full. The one thing I am going to do, we are going to come down here to logistics. And we're going to come down here to conveyor throughput monitor. And I don't really care about a little bit of clipping on these. These are not super accurate. They really won't be accurate with this system. Why are you being... okay, you're being held because... And as you see, there's trains coming in left, right, and center. They're all bringing me my sulfur. Bring me my sulfur. That one's full. I wonder if this is the one that's supposed to sit here until it actually gets unloaded. Nope. It might be, and just being stupid. Come here, you. It's supposed to. way I took that to mean was it would literally sit there until it's empty. We are pretty fracking full. There's like, we got another one coming in. We got one going out. So let's go ahead and get these things hooked up and start dumping this. Kind of sounds silly to throw all this sulfur away, but that's what we're gonna do. All of it, bye-bye. We're also gonna print those 40 coupons. And bear in mind, I have only put coupons away, like into my storage bin back at home, at the end of each stream. So whatever coupons are in my inventory are from since the last stream till the end of this stream. Like, I don't really understand how any of those are only 900 because they're literally emptying a storage bin down a Mark 6 belt, so they should all be 1200. Yeah, that one's hit 12. Yep, there we go. All hit 12. Obviously, I'm not bringing in, what, 1200 times 8. Yeah, I'm not bringing in 9600. I'm not supposed to bring in 9600. But this is going to have to run for multiple hours. I'd say probably at least 6 hours before I get a legit timeline as far as how much it's bringing in. And each one of these has a transfer rate in them. And after, multiple hours, I'll be able to get a better idea of just how much is coming down here. And there are mathematical ways of figuring it out. I'm too lazy for that crap. Once you start putting like letters and shit in my mathematic equations, nope. You can take that crap and shove it. Take this job and shovel it. And now you're probably wondering, okay, I understand these two train stations. What's with that one? Is that one literally just to park your train in because you want a parking spot? No. That one's for nitrogen. We'll worry about that not today. But obviously, as you see, that ate a lot of space. And I need a lot of space. To put things into perspective, if you're actually wondering, how big this power plant is supposed to be when everything's all said and done. Math is fun. Oh, we'll get ready for some math because we're gonna do some math. Since you think math is fun, we're gonna do some math. So I am going to make 6,000 turbo rocket fuel rocket fuel. Rocket fuel burns at a rate when in a fully overclocked fuel generator burns at 10.425 per second. That number on screen is part of how many fuel-powered generators I'm going to need. Part. And for those who are watching on a small screen, that number is 575 point a lot. We're just going to round up and say 576. But wait. There's more. Because if you've ever made nitro rocket fuel, there's a byproduct. That byproduct is compacted coal. And I could easily throw that compacted coal down the drain, or we can turn it into turbo fuel. And the amount of compacted coal that will be spitting out of this thing is enough to make 1,250 rocket turbo fuel per minute. That burns at 18.75 in a fully good to go generator, fully overclocked. That's enough for another 67 generators. So we got, anybody remember what the number of the rocket fuel ones were? Because I didn't forgot. 6,000. So we remember, somebody remembers 67. So 576 plus 67. This thing, when all said and done, can power 643 fuel power generators. Probably 642. I'm only going to run like 640. And I have a reason for that. There's a legit reason for that. If we take the 640, we multiply it by the 625 megawatts that a fully overclocked fuel power generator produces, you get a beautifully even 400,000 megawatts of power. That is 0.4 terawatts without touching nuclear. Now don't worry. We're gonna play with nuclear. 400,000 megawatts is not enough for this guy. And you also have to realize I've got another 40,000 megawatts at one fuel plant. I'm going to have another 40,000 megawatts at another fuel plant. And for craps and giggles, I may find another bunch of oil nodes and produce another 20,000 megawatts just so I have an even 500,000 megawatts. Because even numbers are good. I like even numbers. Yeah, see, right now we have completely emptied this entire train station. There's nothing coming out of that train station until it unloaded those. It unloaded almost a full train station. That's why we have the buffer bins. And actually, the really messed up thing is, I want to do this with the buffer bins. I want to put a second belt feeding out of the train stations into the buffer bins. Because the only limit the train station has on how much it can unload is the fact it only has 2 ports. It can fully unload 2,400 per minute. And my big goal right now is to keep the train stations empty. Seeing a train leave the station with sulfur still in its cargo is not making me happy. I am a grumpy boy when I see that. But if the train station itself is full, the train can't unload more into it. So if we can get 2,400 out of it and then only send 1,200 down the sink, well, the buffer bins are gonna take that extra throughput. Right. Because those two belts coming out of that train station, they are full. There is no gaps. There is no spacing. They are emptying. And I could put throughput monitors on there. They would show 1200 on each one. I would rather the buffer bin be full and the train station be empty. Because that makes me a happy little boy. But yeah, like I said, 640 fuel-powered generators. Just to put this into perspective, that's how big they are. This foundation is not big enough to hold 640 of these bastards. So there's probably going to be a whole nother floor on top of this. Plus, I got refineries I got to run. I got blenders I got to run. I got more refineries I got to run. I got this I got to run. I got that I got to run. And I'm going to be producing 916 empty canisters every single minute just to get rid of the excess plastic or the excess polymer resin. Because I could just sink the polymer resin, but I'm going to make so much polymer resin I can't run it down one belt. In addition to all of this sulfur, the nitrogen I have to run, which we haven't even started playing with nitrogen, the coal I got to run, which the coal's not that bad. I only need 2,000 coal. You know, only 2,000 coal. The drawback is I'm pretty sure I don't think I can access all of my coal plants down here. We're gonna. Oh no. How does that look? It's kind of poking through the floor, but I don't. You can barely see this little bitty bump. I'm not concerned with that. That's not actually there. We're not gonna talk about that. Okay. But we got 5,700 sulfur loaded on trains per minute. The drawback is these bins are empty. Port 2 or Bay 2, Station 2, whatever you want to call this, it's empty. It really sucks because there's supposed to be more going into Station 2 than there is supposed to be going into Station 1. There's supposed to be 3,000 per minute going to Station 2, but I'm also have this set up to suck down 4,800 per minute. This one station, it can sink more than what I need. So like I said, I'm going to let this run. I'm probably just going to let Satisfactory run as long as I can today. Boot it up first thing in the morning because I don't know about anybody else, but I for some reason Satisfactory crashes every single night for me. It doesn't crash when it does that server restart at midnight. It crashes at like 2:30 a.m. I don't know why, but every morning if I try to leave this thing running overnight, I wake up to a freaking Unreal Engine crash message. right now, looking at these things, this one's lying its ass off and saying it's getting 1,800 transfer rate per minute. Between 16 and 1,800. This one's being a little bit more sane, saying it's only getting 500 per minute. But I mean, that's 500 times 4. I honestly kind of believe that, but I need it to be a little bit more because it's pulling 2,100 just from the station that's right over there. And I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark, and guess it don't take very long for it to go from that station to this station to that station to this station, blah, 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 blah. It better not take very long to bounce between these two stations. I can see them. I can look at that station from this station. There ain't that much freaking track between them. Now, the train that has to go all the way up here to the desert. And it's even worse because it's got to go all the way over here to the freaking really pretty area and then thread through the needle because I don't have it hooked up here in the desert. That one I can believe. The one that has to go all the way up here to the northwestern corner of the map to get its sulfur, I can believe that one takes a sweet minute to get back down here. But the one that's literally just going over there to get sulfur, yeah, it better not be taking very long. It's not even bringing full cars because it's unloading that station that fast. But we got a couple things we need to do before the end of stream, so we're gonna clear this, and we're gonna go to Rotterdam and go take a peek at our aluminum production facility. Now, bear in mind, this train car that I'm currently riding is also full of sulfur. The other reason I'm going to let this run is I want to make sure the trains don't kill each other. It's kind of a bad thing when the trains just start going boom, 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 boom. But I'm definitely willing to say we probably have the 4,000 sulfur per minute that I need without having to run massive belt highways, because I didn't want to do belt highways. I wanted just a bunch of trains running everywhere on this map at all times. I want a bunch of trucks running everywhere on this map at all times. Hell, I want a bunch of drones running everywhere on this map. Which is one of the reasons why we're only going to run 640 instead of the 643 fuel generators. Because I'm going to be making empty canisters, and I'm going to be making turbo fuel. Well, turbo fuel goes in plastic canisters. Might as well just turn part of this conniption fit into a ginormous freaking drone port. Which is going to be good because that's how probably I'm going to get my nitrogen down here. But I really don't want to drain nitrogen. I'd put 3 or 4 drones on it. Just bear in mind, I got to move 3,000 nitrogen per minute. But the nice thing is that means I only have to move 750 canisters per minute. Because nitrogen, once it's packaged, gets compressed to a 4x compression. Every bottle of nitrogen is actually 4 cubic meters. They can get away with drones and nitrogen go hand in hand because, you know, but until I can fuel said drones, I can't really run my nitrogen with drones. I still see the bauxite moving. So that looks like a damn good sign to me. If bauxite's still moving, that means aluminum's probably still grooving. I see aluminum. I see scrap. Yeah, I do have one of those fancy things. It's only... Oh, yeah. I was all concerned with trying to balance this out. I need 794 per minute aluminum scrap to make enough aluminum casings to feed the production downstairs. With the clever use of with 4 different splitters, 2 different mergers, I have that belt set to 795. But I won't really bore you with the details of just how to freaking dial in a belt that closely. And if I wanted to run a crap ton, I do mean a crap ton, of more mergers and splitters, I could dial it in to the exact number I need. I just don't want to. I'm gonna run over here to the turbo motors and I'm gonna check. Yeah, so we are still looking good on motors. We are running 100% efficiency making turbo motors. We are making 100% efficiency making motors. 100% efficiency making crystal oscillators. It's actually kind of surprising because there's no backup. Got backup on computers. 100% there. 82% there. 82%, 78% there, and it does appear to be crystal oscillators. So let's go. Let's see why. 100% efficiency, 100% efficiency, 100%, 78% efficiency, and 76%. It looks like the holdup is reinforced iron plates, so let's go over here and check our reinforced iron plates. We got 87% efficiency, and we have 87% efficiency. So those are not running at full bore. And it says it's coming down to the iron plates here. 34. Oh, okay. I probably know what's going on here. That is probably a Mark 1 lift. And each one of these iron plates is producing 34.375. Well, I'm not exactly a mathematician, but 34 plus 34 is more than 60. And if they're more than 60, that means we ain't getting enough speed going. Now, but they're not coming over here fast enough, and they can't make them fast enough. So I just bumped that to a Mark II lift, which should fix the problem. And for anyone new to the game, I would strongly recommend going through your factories after you set them up. Let them run for a few hours. And go back through, check your final step machines to see if they're running at optimum efficiency. If they're not, figure out which part is your holdup. Like in my case, the turbo motors is fine. I'm running at 100% efficiency on turbo motors. But the reason that is because I'm making an excess of radio control units, and that's by design. I'm supposed to be making extra radio control units. But I don't have 100% efficiency on the radio control units. So even though I'm making enough to keep the turbo motor manufacturer plump and happy and sassy and fed, I ain't making enough to actually make the number I'm looking for. because we have a holdup on the crystal oscillators. And until we don't have a holdup on the crystal oscillators, we won't reach maximum performance on the other parts. Let me see just how many of these we're supposed to be making. We're only supposed to be making about 20 of these a minute, so. And I've got some of these in my pocket, so we're just going to go ahead and throw those in there. We'll throw those in there. It's going to skew my numbers a little bit, but, you know, it gets crap out of my pocket, which is a win in my case. Worst case, it helps fill the manifold. Because that belt shouldn't be full like that. We're making enough stators to be 100%. We're making stators at 100%, making stators at 100%, making stators at 100%. So we literally, we are making exactly enough motors, maybe just a fraction more than what we need. And the reason why the stators are completely backed up like this is because, well, the stators don't just go that way. The stators are also coming over here to be turned into, to be made into motors. And I'll admit, I'm lazy. I didn't load balance this so that the correct number came this way, because I need 18.67 rotors per minute. I'm not playing with freaking mergers and splitters to get to 0.67. Screw that. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Casper. I'll do a lot of silly stuff in this game. I'm not dialing down to 0.67 to try to get absolutely perfect freaking ratios. We're making enough steel pipe. We're making enough wire. These are running at 100% efficiency. The only thing that wasn't was because of one stupid little elevator that I left as a Mark 1. These guys are up to 96% already. I got 130 iron plates in that one. I got 200 in that one. Yeah, I put some in one of them. Who cares? I'll put some more in this one. I don't care. I done it. I don't care. I do what I want. I'm a strong, independent woman, and I don't need no man telling me otherwise. Yeah, you get one conveyor set to the wrong speed, and you can throw everything off. But that's why you come in and you go through your machines from the end forwards, and you look at that efficiency number. And that efficiency number is just right down here in the center of the HUD, display, interface, whatever you want to call this thing. You've got the construction bar and the percent. You've got how much power it's taking, which this is obviously taking a crap ton more power because I got it overclocked. Because I'll be damned if I run this factory with the correct number of bit machines. No, just no. If I would have ran this entire factory with the quote, correct number of machines, it would have taken 31 assemblers, 76 constructors, 23 manufacturers, 69 giggity refineries, and 117 smelters. My entire solution to that is no. Oh, and the funny thing is, it didn't say about the freaking, I don't think it said anything about the water extractors. It don't say anything about the miners. Now, speaking of, we need to go. That was weird. Stream okay? Yeah, that was freaking weird. My screen just went like pure black. And now my mouse is being weird. Yeah, my GPU spiked something fierce. It looks a little like choppy to me. Not the stream, but the game itself. It's like my frame rate dropped. Yeah, that's in the game. But I am nearly done with stream, so we're gonna go. And I hope I've still got some, at least a Mercer Sphere on me, because I need to put fused modular frames in dimensional storage, because they are a required ingredient for Mark III miners. And obviously, I've been building a lot of Mark III miners. Yeah, right now I'm only getting like 45 FPS. Oh, you can definitely tell this is built on Unreal Engine, since the console looks identical to Arc. Yes, if you're new here and enjoying the content, smack that subscribe button. Or if you're over on the Twitch, smack that follow button. And we are live on both Twitch and YouTube, because I am a glutton for punishment, so I multi-stream. I'm gonna get rid of that. It does kind of look like it's smoothed back out, but I don't know, I should be getting more than 45 frames per second. Because I'm only using like 45%, 45-50% of my GPU. I mean, the sheer number of items currently rendered in the world probably is not exactly helping my GPU, but I'll set this to go as well. Oh wait, you know, it can just go do things. Now I'll get out there. And dismount. Huh. What are we not getting? I got packaged nitrogen gas. Got fuel. Aluminum casings. Why are aluminum casings not? Oh, why is there steel? Oh, shit. Yep, I know what happened in here. That's my bad. Okay. Dimensional storage. If I can make one. Yes, I can. I have exactly one Mercer sphere. If you remember right, I set one of my aluminum buildings to make aluminum beams because I was running short on them. They should not be going over to the storage. They're going over to the storage bin solely because I need to sink them. So we need to go set that back to making aluminum casings. The game looks like ass right now. I can tell there's a slowdown in FPS. Like I said, I'm nearly done with stream. We're probably going to stream for about 2 or 3 more minutes, and then that's going to be about it. Okay, come over here, set this little guy. Now you're making aluminum ingots, that's fine. You set this guy back to making aluminum casings, and we'll get rid of this conveyor. And we'll come way over here. We'll get these damn steel beams out of here. Okay. That should take care of that. And, you know, I've got a crap ton of steel beam, or aluminum beams, which are just steel beams made with a different material. Now you can hear that it's like choppy. The game's not running at full speed. So. Come over here. Put all those steel beams in there. We'll put you in there. And we'll print out what coupons I have. Now I have decided I am not going to make the ballistic warp drives, which are the last space elevator part required to finish the Save the Day program. My goal is to fully automate the construction of them. I mean, from ore to ballistic warp drive. I will not handcraft a single one. But it is 8 o'clock. I've been going for about 7 hours now. So I would like to remind you, if you have not already, please remember to smack the crap out of the like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking, watching this after the fact or anything along those lines, and you enjoyed my antics and my shenanigans and my sheer insanity and the content, consider smacking that subscribe button. It's free for you, helps me out a great deal. If you're over on Twitch, smack that follow button. Again, it's free for you. It don't cost you anything. In the worst case, you get a little notifications from me from time to time when I go live or when I post content. If you have not already, please remember to go check out my actual edited content. I'm doing a guided playthrough of Satisfactory and of Planet Crafter. Please go check them out. Even if you just watch them in the background, even if you just put them on and mute it and let it play in the background. Smack the like button on them. Drop a comment on them. It helps boost the algorithm and gets them out to the people who actually could probably enjoy the content. Until next time, I've been Nidget. Obviously. Bye.